Okay. Oh, scheduled. It's now, though, baby. It's now, though. I'm alive. I'm awake. Hiya. Okay, let's share this on my Discord. TikTok. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. Thank you so much, people sending likes. Thank you so much, people sharing. I appreciate it. I love it. Hi, Karzi. I see you all the time. Very cool. Very cool person. Okay, Wills.clips. Let's go. Wills.clips. There we are. Wills.clips. Let's first go mute. Am I live? I am live. Have Rihanna got anyone on the YouTube? One person. Cool. I think that one person is me. If there's one person watching my YouTube, it's me. Hi. Okay, what have we got? 15 people on here. Thank you so much to the people. 15 people. Very cool of you. You seem like chill people. Live announcements at everyone. Live right now on Wheels.clips. Boom, boom. Yeah. 100 people on my Discord. Woo! Woo! That's a banger. And YouTube. One pump. Palette clone. Explain that to me. Are you talking like Palette Media? Are you talking Palette Media? Thank you, Barbie. 71 people on here. Thank you so much. Oh, lol. I don't mess with them. Different breed of white boy, baby. Very different breed of white boy. What am I eating? Pasta with like beans, mushrooms, beef. I had to mix beef and pork. Onions, mainly pasta. Yeah, that's most of it. Spinach. It has a lot of good things in it. You're a clone of Parker and Harry. So I predate Harry on this app. You could say I'm a clone of Parker. I think I actually predate Parker as well. Also, I'm ideologically extremely different than both of them, so. But, okay. Keep on sending likes. Keep on sharing, everyone. Very cool. If you want to watch what's on my screen, it's on my YouTube. Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Doing real well. What did you send a guest request to disagree about? Oh, no, 1 second. Whoop.
I agree with the first one. I disagree with the bottom three, but I'm not equipped to argue the second yet.
Okay, so you're equipped to argue pro-LGBT and agnostic atheists. You are anti-abortion, you're pro-life, but you're not equipped to argue it yet. Okay, so you want to argue pro-LGBT and agnostic atheist. I'd say those are harder to argue, but sure. Which do you want to start with? I'm going to go from your bio and say you're probably going to be more fun to debate on the religion point, but it's up to you, babe.
Okay, well, what would you say what do you think would be an epistemic justification for a claim, just generically?
Depends on what level of epistemology you're talking. Epistemic claims are comparative inherently, so there's no generic epistemic justification, only a comparative epistemic justification. We accept the beliefs that are comparatively more in line either with other equally held beliefs or externally plausible beliefs. So.
Okay, well, would you say that there is any justification for metaphysics of any kind?
Metaphysics is not a claim. Metaphysics is not a claim. Metaphysics is like a type of inquiry. So you don't need to justify a type of inquiry. Metaphysics is so.
Like justification for metaphysical claims, like Platonism or rationalism, something like that. Could there be a plausible argument that could be made for something of that nature?
Can you make an argument for the truth of it? Yes. So the epistemics of metaphysics, yes. So like if you're making a claim and you're arguing for the truth of them, of course you have to have an argument for a metaphysical claim, necessarily.
Okay. So those arguments can be made with metaphysical proofs and not necessarily physical evidence, right?
I don't. So the difficulty with what you're saying in general is I want you to make the argument. It's really incredibly difficult to. I would say like on my what I would describe my metaphysics as a physicalist. Like most of my observations of firsts comes from physical observations of reality. Um, right. So like my concept of time and space is derivative of observations of reality. And that fault like the understanding of the abstract concept of time is a metaphysical claim. I'd say by and large you connect the two. So it would be incredibly difficult to make a general statement as to this. It would be incredibly easy for you to make an actual argument and then see about the verity of that argument.
Okay, I would personally strongly argue for the ontological and trademark arguments. So fundamentally, God is just, as an abstract notion, is the perfect idea of a perfect being. And fundamental, essential to being is existence. So just like I think, therefore I am. Like just like thinking is a form of being, and that is a form of existence, and that justifies our own existence. Because God is the perfect being, the quintessential being, and that is a pure ontology, essential to the essential consequence of such an idea would be he exists. Just like mountains and valleys, triangles and having 180 degrees. It's fundamentally essential to the premise that he exists. And further to this, it is the perfect idea, and since we are imperfect minds, we know that such a perfect idea can only come from a perfect being, which means that perfect being exists and has a perfect mind.
Okay. So what's the ABC? So you're defining God as the perfect being. That's what you mean when you say the word God. Okay.
Yes.
What is the what is the consequence of that? Why is it necessary? Why is it necessary from your description of this concept that any physical reality is true?
Because it's metaphysical reality, not physical reality.
But you're engaging. Does God physically exist?
He does not physically exist now.
Okay, the most perfect being, the most pure perfect being is one that does not exist.
No, there's ways to exist other than physically exist.
Okay, it does not physically exist.
Yes, it does not physically exist.
So it has no effect on the physical world.
It can have an effect.
Something that doesn't physically exist cannot have an effect on the physical world necessarily.
Well, that's where you go to the mind-body problem. Our minds are abstractions, but our brains are physical things. Like
no, but so I'm just like, if something affects the physical world, it exists in relation to the physical world.
Not necessarily.
It does. And what does it mean to exist then?
To be. It is a state of being.
Okay, what does it mean to exist in the physical world?
To take up space, time. Like, to take up space and time.
To take up space. Okay, so how can you affect something if you don't take up any space ever?
Well, if you are something like God, you can change the nature of it instantaneously.
Okay.
If you are something like
what does it mean to take up space? Does energy take up space?
Yes.
In what capacity?
It exists in space-time. It exists.
How does energy, as we describe it, by like movement of things, right? So it is a characteristic and a fact of things that does in fact exist in time, in space and time, but it is not itself taking up space. But it is a reality of existence.
Doesn't matter consists of energy, and energy is something that does exist both particle and waves. I'm not an expert in physics, but
let's just take like really basic Newtonian descriptions. Like it doesn't even have to be this. Like color is a description of a characteristic. Size is a description of a characteristic. Characteristics exist in reality, right? But they don't take up space because they're true facts about reality, right? God can affect the true facts about reality. You're making a physical claim when you're talking about God because this is a claim that can affect physical reality, right? Obviously, you need physical. If you're going to say this thing exists in some capacity, and in any capacity it affects the physical world, right? You need physical evidence for it, not just metaphysical evidence because it touches upon the physical world. Do you see where I'm going there?
Well, ordinary claims require ordinary evidence. If we were to expect a God, it would be an ordinary threshold of evidence, which would not be an unreasonable thing to do. But if there was not a God, there could not be physical proof for a God. That would not be a reasonable assumption. There could always be less assumptions you can make to explain away some phenomenon. Like, even if Jesus was resurrected, you could say it's just an alien if there was no reason to believe in God.
Correct. God is always the least likely explanation. Good. So we've given up on the physical arguments. I'm happy that we're there. So there's no amount, an extraordinarily large burden of proof is on you if you want to make any type of physical argument for the existence or physical interactions of God. You can consider yourself a Christian, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any argument that could ever prove the Christian God to exist?
Theological arguments which require that both God A exists and B follows the laws of logic.
Okay. Okay. What does it... Did the laws of logic exist prior to God?
God is eternal. They are essential to his essence.
They're essential to his essence. Could God change the laws of logic?
No, he cannot.
How do you know that?
Because it is essential to his essence as a perfect being, which is the actualization of questioning, and part of questioning is laws of logic.
The actualization of questioning, what does that mean?
That it is the perfect mind. We are imperfect minds. We're in a state of questioning. We're actualizing information. God is an actualized mind, which is not in the process of actualizing information.
Okay. So it's just the fact that it's not asking questions.
Well, it can ask questions. It asked all the questions. It knows everything. Well, it didn't ask questions. It's just inherently actualized.
It didn't actualize. It exists as an actualized being.
Yes.
Okay, so it never went through the questioning process.
Yes.
So where is the necessity for the logic? If you're saying questioning requires a logical facts or logical reality, and it never went through questioning, where did it need to engage in the laws of logic? It can. Do you believe that knowledge could exist without the laws of logic? That seems, or at least a perverse or different type or different rules under the laws of logic.
Well, you would need to have something to have a governing set of information, have it have any coherence. You cannot have information without any ordering. Otherwise, it's just entropy. You need something to distinguish it from each other. You need some degree.
So you don't think a fact could exist without the laws of logic?
What?
You don't think a fact could exist without the laws of logic? Is that your suggestion?
Without some set of rules and principles, it does not have to be our
But do
rules
those...
of logic.
Okay, it doesn't have to be your factual logic. It doesn't have to be
there has to be some
okay. So God holds knowledge. God holds all the knowledge. Nothing about that statement seems to necessitate the current existing system of logic.
Yes, it does, because knowledge follows certain degrees of characteristics.
What is a degree of a characteristic? What do you mean by that?
So there is a degree of connection, right? If I just babbled on, there would be a sensory experience, but you would not be able to attribute it to words, right? There's a.
But that would be knowledge that I would gain.
You would have an experience, but let's just say hypothetically, it was just completely incomprehensible. It was just pure experience.
Yeah, that would be knowledge gained.
There's a difference between just experience and knowledge. Right?
But you're not describing anything epistemically necessary. You're just describing the current system of facts and reason. And I would say our understanding of the current system of facts and reason is derivative of a physical observation. So, I mean, that's my understanding. They appear to be true facts that are consistently reliable, but they don't seem to be logically necessary beyond the natural limitations of that word itself, right? Obviously, in order for something to be logically true, it has to be logically consistent. Logic presupposes itself. But it's derivative of physical observations anyway. And if God has ultimate impunity over physicality, which is what seems to be a pretty common characteristic of God, and is factually a characteristic of the Christian God, it would seem to be difficult to argue anything other than that they could change the laws of logic.
Would you agree that before we have a concept of the physical, we can have concepts of logic to construct the physical?
You can have concepts of literally anything you want. I don't know where you'd get those concepts besides the physical, though.
Well, fundamentally, from a rationalist perspective, the mind is explaining its experience through its perspective.
Exactly, its experience of the physical.
It's experience of the external, but there's still possibly other purposes. You can't just necessarily just.
Do you experience anything other than the physical?
I've been to a math class.
That's physical.
No, there's abstractions. Everything that
abstractions are derivative of physicalities.
What?
Abstractions are derivative of physicalities.
Not necessarily.
What abstraction isn't derivative of physical reality?
I think you would agree that God is not.
I would, because even by your definition of God, which is the perfect thought, right? Our concept of perfection and our derivative logical principles, I say, would be derivative of reality. Logical principles are derivative of reality.
But we can consider just modally that reality is not something that is real right now, right? You could be a hamster dream, you could be in a simulation. You're not inherently bound to your corporeal form that as you conceive it, right?
I'm experiencing something physical, yeah?
But it is not necessarily what you think of it, right?
No, but it doesn't mean that it's not derivative of the physical reality.
And how would you know that necessarily?
Well, what I describe it... Well, okay. Unless you're saying you can't prove there to be a physical reality, in which case I'd say, okay, then I'm just going to base it off of what is plausibly possible for us to agree upon, right? Which would be that I exist. My perceptions are, consistent with reality. And if you want to deny that your perceptions or your thoughts or your experiences are consistent with reality, right, then you can't make any claim at all. Point blank, period.
No, you can claims with. If I was in a simulation, I would still be a thing that is thinking, right? Objectively. Because
why? How do you know that?
Because I'm thinking.
How do you know that assertion is true?
Because we are thinking that we're.
How do you know that to be true?
Is to think. We're questioning it.
How do you know you're questioning it?
Because we are currently questioning.
How do you know that?
I'm asking you a question right now.
How do you know that?
That is my current essential essence.
How do you know that?
Right
How are you aware of that?
It is just what I am. That is my awareness.
How do you know it?
Because I am it.
How do you know that your experience of what you are is in fact what you are?
I'm not saying that I know I'm a Homo sapien. I know I'm named John. I know all these experiences. I don't even saying I know language. I could just be some sort of thinking, abstract, platonic form.
But how do you know that your experience of thinking is in fact thinking? How do you know that your experience is in concursion with reality? You don't.
I know it's in concursion with reality. I don't.
Exactly. So you don't know in reality that you're thinking.
I don't know in reality that I am thinking, but I know I am thinking. That is something.
You know you are experiencing thought. You're telling me your experience.
When I say I am, I'm referring to the thinking thing. It could not be. It could be
exactly. Yeah. The only way you know it is thinking is because you experience yourself thinking. You're describing an experience that you're having.
Are we thinking about thought right now? Is the thing that is thinking about thought?
I seem to be, on the basis of my experience. This is a very basic concept. When we're talking, we are telling each other what we experience. This is the issue with extreme skepticism. It really does go all the way to the bottom, right? There is no proof besides I am experiencing this thing, and I must at some level trust my experiences. Right? You must have at some level an unjustified equal trust of your experiences in order to exist in this world. If you don't, right, then there's no proof for anything that will ever be sufficient. Which is fine.
No, I would disagree with that. I think that a thinking thing exists because there is thinking.
You believe that. You don't know beyond your experience. This is the thing. It is circular.
My experience from thinking. Those are not necessarily synonymous. Like, me as a thing that has a body, that has senses, that has an experience, is not the thinking thing. Those are two different things. When I say me in a lot of these
Do you
contexts, I'm
experience
referring
yourself
to
thinking?
thing. What?
Do you experience yourself thinking?
I am thinking. I am the thinking.
Do you
I don't
experience...
experience
You
myself
don't
thinking.
experience
I am the
yourself thinking?
What?
You don't experience yourself thinking?
I am the thinking. I do not experience the thinking. I am the
Can
thoughts.
you in your mind talk to yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Is that an experience?
There is sensory and emotional connotations to it, but there is an experience there, but that's not what it is. That's not the essential essence. The essential essence is the thinking.
So do you experience thinking at least?
There is something that does experience thinking. It's not necessarily me as a thinking thing, but there might be something that's experiencing thinking. But that could be a
What
delusion
other
of
than
the
you
thinking
in your
thing.
mind? So, okay. Here's the
I'm a
difficulty.
mind
Here's the
that occupies a
difficulty.
body.
So, any proposition, right? I exist, for example. How do I know myself to exist? Right? I can't prove that I asked that question. There's no way for me to, right? It's just necessary in order to assert the question and attempt to answer it, to accept that I exist in order to engage in that discussion. So there's a great workaround. You don't need to do this bullshit. Oh, it's an essential quality. I'm the essential thing. You don't know that. You're making a bunch of assertions you cannot prove, right? You say I'm referring to the thinking thing. You can refer to whatever you want. I don't care what you refer to, right? What you're referring to has nothing to do with the epistemic basis. What we can do is we can say, okay, I've asked this question. In asking this question, I have necessarily accepted some premises, right? If this question is answered no, I don't exist, right? Then the question is nonsense in its preemptiveness, in its like existence. And therefore the only necessarily true answer is yes, I do exist. Yes, I am thinking. Yes, I can trust my perceptions. Right? That's how we get those base level premises.
I would disagree. That, like, this is literally what Descartes wrote about in First Meditations. Like, first, we can doubt everything, but second, we cannot doubt that there is a mind that is thinking. Because
What does
there is
a mind
process
mean?
of questioning happening by examining. That is kind of just inherent to this process of questioning.
What does a mind mean?
A mind is something that can question. It's a thinking thing.
Okay, how do you
It's
know?
different than the
How do you
body.
know? What does it mean to know something?
It does not have to know anything, but knows to contain information.
But wait, sorry. You said first we can question anything, but we can know that there is a mind. What does that mean? What does it mean to know something?
Okay, in that specific example, it is basically, it demonstrates an axiom that we know for a fact that there is a mind because there is a questioning process that's happening.
We know
Because
for
the
a
questioning
fact?
processes-
You haven't defined it. What does know mean?
An available information set.
An available information set. So there is an available information set. Are all available information sets true?
They necessarily have true components, but they can be disorganized.
What does that mean?
Like, I can think of a unicorn, but it's not like that doesn't have to be real. It could just be the horn and the horse, or horns and horses don't have to be real. It could just be an amalgamation of colors, and those colors don't have to be real. There just has to be an observer. Like, you can reduce everything to some quintessential truths and to essential essences, but that is what the components of information sets are. There's not like.
But I'm talking about propositions.
Information.
Right? I'm talking about propositions, not larger concepts. So, what can you reduce? 1 plus 1 equals 2 to? Like, what can you or 1 plus 1 equals 3? What could you reduce that proposition to? That proposition, the only thing you can say about that is whether it is true or whether it is false, because it's a proposition.
Yes, there are token values. It is something that is a relative truth or falsehood.
It's not. 1 plus 1 equals 4 is no more true or false than 1 plus 1 equals 3.
Semantically, yes, but not token value wise.
What does a token value mean? What words are you using? No like person in this world uses these words or concepts. What do you mean by token value?
Okay, so you know how there's decimal and like binary values?
Mm-hmm.
So token would be the shared thing between me writing a decimal number and me writing a binary number. That there's a shared value there. Instead of being like the semantic notion, it is the not qualia, but like essential like two-ness, like the actual 2 units. It's not like, it's not like the semantic assignment of it.
But
It
you're
is just
using a semantic assignment.
Like semantic assignment would be like.
But saying it's a token value is a semantic assignment. But okay, so you're saying it's the fact of the matter, not the underlying concept. I'd say the fact of the matter is whatever you're describing. So one apple and another apple make 2 apples, right? That's the fact of the matter is underlying. There's this apple and that apple, and then there's 2 apples. There are like both of these apples, right? That would be the underlying matter. You don't need a secondary concept to describe that. You can just talk about the physical reality. The issue is when you try and go too far into metaphysics when you don't need to. But you're saying, okay, by the token value, by the actual fact of like two-ness or whatever, this is comparatively more true or comparatively less true? No, it's not. Like, in what way does getting rid of these colloquial terms, 1 or 001 or whatever the fuck, make the fundamental fact that something is either true or not true? That's just how verity works. How does it change it into a spectrum?
It's not necessarily a spectrum, but like you understand how there's a degree of like confusion of communication.
There is no
right?
degree on a binary. There is a degree on a spectrum. If you're saying it has a degree, you're describing a spectrum.
I'm just talking about semantically with our words. Like when you say number 4, there's multiple things that you could be referring to in the English language.
But this ambiguity does not matter in relation to what we're saying.
So, yes, hypothetically, you could set up axioms where 1 + 1 = 3 and 1 + 1 = 4. But those axioms would not be valid because they would not be inherent to the nature of being.
How do you know? How do you derive your truths as to what is inherent to the nature of being?
The basically negative proved axioms, like there would be no possible alternative modal logic.
Great. This is exactly what I was describing. Is they're the necessary in order to make a proposition against them, right? The fair. This is exactly what we're talking about. So starting with those negatively proved propositions, which are really basic, right? Like, I cannot deny that I exist without accepting that I exist, because then that would be necessary to me denying it. I cannot deny that I'm speaking, because then I would have to speak to exist. Like, that's the basic structure of these. Cool. Walk me through the logic from those negatively applied axioms up until God. So, what negatively applied axioms leads to the verity of the proposition you made metaphysically?
Okay, so I would say the first and greatest negative axiom is that there is a mind that is thinking. Because fundamental to this, there could be an alternative world than my corporeal expression, then the specific corporeal expression, then the speech, then this experience. There is alternatives to that.
Wait.
But there is no
that there is a mind that is thinking. So I would say I would accept that if it's relational. So I think about it in relational terms. I cannot deny this proposition that I am thinking without accepting that I'm thinking. That would be how I phrase it. Is so propositionally, one could not deny that they are thinking without thinking, and therefore they cannot deny that they are thinking. Okay? Making it in general terms seems to get confused, because there could be a world, right, where there is no one thinking, right? If we didn't exist, that's really easy, right? There's nothing necessary of the universe that there is a mind thinking. There's just necessary of our relation to the universe that there is a mind thinking.
But the universe is defined by its relationship with an observer. Like, it's grounded in a specific place and time, right?
Mm-hmm. But you can engage in, like, third-party observations. You can engage in hypothetical worlds, which is what I just did, right?
But there would not be, like, an anchor in that hypothetical world to define it as a universe. It would just be undefined.
What do you mean? I would be defining it as an external observer of that universe. It would be defined in relation to me.
Like, you would agree with the definition of universe as the set of all things in space-time, right?
Maybe. But hypothetical, yeah. You can make a hypothetical alternative universe.
Well, that's just what I'm trying to convey by universe, the set of things in space-time.
I mean, what we specifically define universe as doesn't really matter. You can think up a alternate situation if you don't want to call it universe. I think that definition still is true. We can engage in multiple worlds analysis. This is like how half of philosophy works. But obviously how, like, the negatively proven modal logics, this is just how it works. Are you denying, like, my construction of how the negatively proved axioms work? Is they are relational?
Not necessarily, but I would divorce the mind from the corporeal nature. Like, my current data set as a human being who has had these experiences, and your current data set that is as a human being that's had these experiences, I would not say is something that would be a negative axiom. But I would say that a thinking thing is, if that makes sense.
It doesn't. What was not a negative axiom? Present the axiom.
The perception, the information set, the things of the corporeal.
But those aren't axioms. Axioms are propositions. Tell me the proposition.
The negative axiom set that the negative axiom that I think is intuitive to the current process of questioning is that there is a questioning thing.
That I am that questioning thing is, I think, would be the proper phrasing of it. Yeah, that's fine.
And you can accept that I'm referring to a mind, not necessarily anything else.
I mean, if you just define a mind as a thing that is thinking, then nothing else could be doing it. So that's just going to be a definitional point. That's fine.
Okay, so now this mind can interact with questions, and one of the ideas that it interacts with is the idea of God.
That's not necessarily true, but okay. I can't deny that I'm.
You are currently doing that.
Exactly. That's how we would phrase it. So I cannot deny that I am interacting with a concept that you're describing as God, because then I would be interacting with it. Great. So I interact with a concept.
Okay, and for the sake of argument, that the concepts that we're currently interacting with being called God is the actualized state of being.
The actualized state of being. So what all you're meaning by actualized state of being is a mind that has no more questions it could ask, let's say.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
So I'm conceptualizing the idea that I could have no more questions to ask. Okay. I'm attempting to conceptualize that idea.
Okay. And given that it's a pure ontology, it is an idea that exists.
What does it mean for the idea to exist?
It is something that your mind is currently interacting with. It doesn't have to exist in any place, in any time, or even metaphysically. It is just a notion that is being interacted with the mind.
Great.
Okay, premise 2. Just as I know that as a thinking thing, that thinking is a form of being and being is a form of existence, I know my mind exists. And so as a thinking thing, I know essential to being is existing.
Say that one again. Also, axiom 2, we're just working forward, right? We're not presenting. So I've accepted the. I am a mind. I'm a mind addressing a notion. This is that notion. I'm with you there.
Yes.
That's all I'm with you. That's all we've gotten to. Is basically we're talking about a thing. We're talking about a concept. Right? Cool. And the fact that I'm talking about it means it exists in some sense of the word. Maybe not a colloquial sense, maybe not a sense that matters at all. But cool.
Yes.
Great. Start from the bottom again. What's your second axiom? What are you talking about?
That I know as a thinking thing, that to think is a form of being, and being is a form of existence.
So, okay.
So I know to be is to exist. That is the second premise.
To be is to exist is nonsense. That's just that's a synonym. That's like saying 1 equals 1. Being means existence. It's not really an epistemic argument. That's just that's definitely literally just semantics. What do you mean by that? If your proposition is that two things that are exist, okay.
Okay. So then we agree with the first two premises, right? Even if you think
what do you
premise two is
yeah.
a bit of a tautology.
I mean, yeah, it's literally meaningless, but that's fine. Okay. Things that are exist.
Okay.
Once again, we're meaning exist in the least strong conceivable sense. Right. In this sense, unicorns exist. But okay, cool.
Well, unicorns are syntheses. They're not pure, but that doesn't matter.
What does it mean for it to be pure?
It means to be reduced to the smallest level.
What does it mean to be reduced? What do you mean by that?
That you can't divide it into another concept.
You don't think I can divide the most perfect thing into multiple concepts?
You can make a lot of derivatives of it, but there's no way you can divide its pure nature.
Okay. Does this matter to your argument? Because this is nonsense, and I want to know if I want to invest time into responding to it. Does this matter?
It would matter if it makes God unique in this ontological sense or not unique in this ontological sense. So it addresses a refutation that's going to come to the conclusion, but it's not germane to the conclusion.
Do unicorns exist where we are right now, in the discussion?
Unicorns are synthesis, and it's not essential to their nature to exist, metaphysically.
So you have not yet argued why the pure ontology thing matters. So I'm going to stop right there. Given the axioms that we have right now, right? I'm a thing. I am a mind thinking about a thing, or there is a mind thinking about a thing, and that thing exists by merit of me thinking about it.
Yes.
A unicorn can be put into that.
Yes, existing as an idea, a unicorn exists, but...
Okay, so we haven't distinguished, we haven't made any argument as to why there would be any other type of existence that we're talking about regarding God. So I'll be looking out for it.
Yeah. Okay. So, we got past premise 2, so premise 3. That God, as the perfect being, essential to his nature, is existence. And this is a metaphysical existence, like us as minds, not just an interaction existence like ideas. Because essential to the nature of being is existing, in the sense that we're talking about metaphysically.
Okay, so you're saying it's necessary to what fact?
To the ontology of being.
To the ontology of being, it must exist. So, to the ontology of it existing, it must exist. Because once again, that's what being means.
Yes.
So, the fact that we know it exists, ontology, means we know it exists. Clarify. Yes. Because the way I just phrased that is a nonsense statement. Like, that's literally meaningless, right? The ontology of the fact that we know it exists. So like our inquiry into whether it exists means it exists. That's a conclusion, not an argument, or at the very least, it's
No,
meaningless.
not necessarily. It's
It
not that
is.
we're interacting
Ontology
with
is
it, it's that it's a
ontology
being.
is a method of inquiry.
Okay, so it's because of its nature as a being, not by its nature of us interacting with it.
How do you know that it's a being?
Because that is what the notion of it is. It is the perfect being.
But how do you know the notion is true? Like
That's
you're jumping really important things. So we've jumped from I'm engaging with it relationally as a concept to if this concept existed in some type of ontological sense, it would have this secondary trait, which is that it necessarily must exist due to its purity. We can conceptualize things without their necessary components being true in reality in a metaphysical sense. So you need to justify that it is a being outside of the sense of me notionally engaging with it.
No, the logical consequence of being is existing.
But that's a meaning. Once again, you either need to clarify sentences, say where I agreed that it is, okay, or stop saying that because it's literally meaningless. Obviously, a logical consequence of it being is existing because they mean the same thing.
Okay, so a perfect being. I am not appealing to the fact that it is an idea for its metaphysical existence. I'm appealing to the fact that it's a being.
Okay, how do you know it to be a being?
Because that's just what it is. That is what I'm referring to.
So you're referring to something, but that you can refer to things without knowing them to be concurrent with reality.
Yes, but the logical implications of that notion is that it is concurrent with a metaphysical reality.
The logical implications of a notion? So the fact that I am notionally conceptualizing this. So if I conceptualize something that necessarily exists, if I literally just conceptualize like a unicorn and then say this unicorn, as part of the way I'm conceiving it, it exists in reality. It necessarily, in order for it to be logically coherent, exists in reality, because that's what necessarily means. In order for this concept to be logically coherent, it must exist in reality. Can I conceptualize logically incoherent things?
Not logically contradicting things, no.
I can't conceptualize logically contradicting things.
No, you can't picture something that's a logical.
The picture is different than conceptualize. Can I have a concept of something that's logically contradictive?
You could have a concept for the logically contradictive, but you can't have a particular concept for a logical contradiction. It would kind of have to be generic. You couldn't have a
I can't conceptualize a single bachelor. Or no, I can't conceptualize a married bachelor.
Yes, you cannot uniquely conceptualize.
I'm doing it. I'm conceptualizing a married bachelor.
Well, there's a social constructed connotation there,
but that's what those two words mean. It's logically incoherent, but I can say and conceptualize logically incoherent things. People do it all the time.
Yes, but you're not really doing it with its incoherent nature. You're doing it with its less incoherent nature. Like imagining a guy who is married but also wears Hawaiian shirts. No,
I'm thinking about those two concepts, right? And I'm placing them into one larger concept, referring to it as one thing, while recognizing that those two cannot conceptually merge. But in my mind, they do. Because we don't have to follow I can conceive of a expression that is not true. I can conceive of 1 + 1 = 3. I can conceptualize those concepts. My mind and what it is capable of conceiving does not have to be concurrent with reality.
But those conceptualizations that are logical paradoxes are not existing in a logical premise. They're just kind of existing as an interaction you're interacting with. It is like
so I have an ideation in my mind, but the fact that I'm engaging with it, engaging with this notion, doesn't mean that it is logically consistent.
Yes.
So the fact that I'm engaging with a notion of God that necessitates it to exist in reality does not necessitate that that necessary quality of it existing is true. The fact that I'm notionally engaging in this concept does not actually mean that the concept is true and coherent with reality, or even logically contiguous.
No, because God is not a logical paradox.
No, but you're making a jump in logic. You're going from you're engaging in a notion of a thing to, by merit of you engaging in that notion, right, this thing is concurrent with reality. It could be true that if a perfect thing existed, a quality it must hold is that it exists. Right? That's perfectly possible. But me conceptualizing what a possible perfect thing does not mean that it does actually exist in reality. That makes sense?
I agree to you to a certain extent, but I think the point we're missing is more inherent to a being to know that there could be an actualization of being than there is like for the assignment of other concepts that we can make logically contradict. Like the fulfillment of our nature, because we are of this nature, we know this nature exists. We know minds exist because we are reasoning things, right?
No, we know it because it would be illogical to deny it. We know it because because denying it would be accepting it. That's why we know it. Like, it's that simple.
Yes.
We don't need to restate it any other way.
Yes.
We know it because it would be logically contradictive to deny it.
Yes.
Okay, so that's it. So what like that's literally it. So what would be logically contradictive in denying that I'm engaging in this notion and yet this notion is not concurrent with reality? Necessarily. The fact that I'm engaging in a notion does not necessitate that it's concurrent with reality. That is the premise you're missing.
Well, I agree with that these notions don't have to exist, but these notions still have logical consequences, right?
No, they don't have to be logically coherent.
No, they just have logical consequences.
No, they don't. No, no. If true, they would have a consequence in reality, right? Or if true, they would have a consequence in the capacity in which they were true, but they do not have any consequence beyond the way in which they exist. So if they exist notionally, they have a logical consequence notionally. But you can't go from a notional like epistemic claim to a metaphysical epistemic claim in reality or in metaphysics, right?
Okay.
Without a proper jump.
That's where I disagree. So would you agree that the notional logical conclusion of a married bachelor is that it cannot exist because that would be notionally contradictory, right?
No, it has no conclusion. So that's just so the concept of a married bachelor is not a proposition.
If it is a valid way for us to deduce that the mind exists, why would it not be a valid way to deduce other notional consequences?
Well, because you just need to talk in the correct language. You need to talk in the language of propositions. You're not talking in the language of propositions. You're talking in the language of concepts. That's why it has no conclusion. Concepts don't have conclusions. Propositions about those concepts do.
Yeah, but when you say a concept, the concept comes with propositions, right?
No, it doesn't.
There's an ontology to every concept, or it wouldn't be a
concept.
Well,
but ontologies aren't propositions. You can make specific propositions about specific concepts.
If there was no propositions around the concept of a bachelor, it would not exist as a concept.
Concepts are just a set of facts, not necessarily propositions. Propositions are relational. Facts are not.
How could you have the idea of a bachelor or married if there was no relational propositions?
What is it relational to?
It is relational to the idea of married or not married, just like a triangle is relational of three
But I could make
Lo-
those propositions about it. But
Sure.
also, when I'm talking propositions, I'm talking person to person. Like, the thing is like, we engage in debates, and we make propositions against each other. And like the concept of a married bachelor could exist in one part of my head, and the concept of a unmarried bachelor could exist in another part of my head. And until I compare or engage with each other, right, there are no propositional conclusions from that. Propositional conclusions are drawn from like comparison of concepts. But like the thing is like this is mainly me just like me being mega like anal about it. Just name the proposition you're testing to be true, and then we can test whether it's true, right? Because it's totally useless to say all of the possible propositions or true facts about this thing have this consequence. Well, just say the true facts about the thing.
Okay, so the logical consequence of a triangle of a three-sided shape is that it has 180 degrees. That is a valid notional statement, right?
You don't once again, you generally don't take the logical, like there's no logical consequence of this microphone. There's a logical consequence of me saying that this microphone has parts, which means I could take parts of it off. It's really, really stupidly easy to make a proposition and then talk about a logical consequence of a set of propositions. It's really hard to take an object, even a conceptual object, like my concept of this, and take logical consequences of it. We typically don't do that. How we speak is in individual or put together propositions that I can actually test. If you don't name the propositions, it's incredibly hard to have an argument with you.
But you can reductio the concept of a microphone, right? Like it's a diaphragm that's being vibrated to your voice to make up an electrical signal, right? Like you can reductio that, and you can reductio those components, right?
I know what reductio means. It's not really how we use it, but that's fine. No. I mean, this is a physical item that could be split up any number of ways. I don't know what you mean. I can have a concept of how microphones work, and then I can have multiple derivative concepts of how microphones should work or don't work or do work, right? Like, I have this microphone. If I connected it to a radio, I would conceptualize the thing contiguous with it, or I could take it apart and talk about smaller bits of it. But those are all derivative concepts. I don't really agree with this concept of, like, reduction. You just have derivative concepts.
Like, there's a certain irreducible ontology to a triangle that there's not an irreducible ontology to a microphone.
I don't know what you mean by reduce. Like, it's kind of a nonsense. I have derivative concepts of a thing. That's really it.
But like breaking down, like you can break it down is different than just you can have conclusions from something, right?
Not really.
Like if I have a red triangle, it is both red and a triangle.
Yep, those are those are two true facts about it. Those aren't reductions of it. Those are just two true facts about it.
No, but it's a synthesis of triangle and red. That's why it's a red triangle.
You could describe it that way. I don't know why you would. It's like, once again, you can just have facts about things that are true. It is also a shape. Is it a synthesis of triangle and shapes? No. Right? It is just a true fact about a thing.
Yes, but the notional conclusions of a concept are valid derivatives. And
I think you're just describing true facts about a thing. There's like, it is a true fact about this triangle that it is red. It is a true fact about this triangle that it is a triangle. It is a true fact about this microphone that it has parts. Whatever. If you're just saying a notional derivative, like a reduction, whatever, you're just saying true facts about this. Cool. But they're meaningless beyond that restatement from my
in
end.
the definition of something that there are other definitions, right?
What?
Like, a red triangle is defined as being both red and a triangle, right?
They could be defined both. Like, what do you mean? Like, a definition is just a true fact about it. Depends what you mean by definition. Is there a definition of a red triangle independently? Not really. There are just. I would say a definition is just like a larger concept of a set of true facts about a thing.
Okay. Well, could you just accept? You agree that the notional derivative of the perfect being is that it exists, right?
I don't like. Is it a true fact of a perfect being that it exists?
It's the logical consequence of such an idea.
I would say, is it a necessary character? Like, the way I would phrase that is that it's a necessary characteristic.
Yes, necessary characteristic. Is a necessary characteristic of a perfect being that it exists because being is perfect, just tautologically.
I'm gonna add a certain quality to this. Once again, in order for something to be perfect, it must exist. That's how I'd phrase it. In order for something to be perfect, it must exist.
No, well, not everything. To perfectly fulfill the idea.
In order for a perfect being to exist, it must exist. In order for a perfect being to be perfect, it must exist.
No, not to be yes, to be perfectly a being, yes.
Yes, okay, great. So, in order for a perfect being to be perfect, it must exist.
And that is just the logical conclusion of having such an idea. So then we can know.
No, it's a logical conclusion. Sorry, no, the proposition is that in order for a perfect being to be perfect, it must exist.
No.
But that's the proposition. That's the proposition you just agreed to. In order for a perfect being to be perfect, it must exist.
In order for something to be perfectly a being, it must exist. There are perfect ideas that don't have to exist.
But in order for a perfect being, okay, in order, you want to rephrase what you just said, despite you just saying that was the correct phrasing. So, in order for something to be perfectly a being, it must exist.
Yes.
I don't perfectly a so. Perfectly a being. I don't really think a being is something you can do perfectly. It's a binary fact. I either am or I am not.
Well, we define being in this context of a mind as the process of questioning and thinking, right?
Oh, okay. So let's just flesh that fully out. So in order for something to perfectly, I'm going to phrase, like, this is the most intuitive way for me to understand it. In order for something, for a mind which questions to be perfect, it must exist. Or a mind whose nature is to question, it must exist.
Yes.
In order for a mind whose nature is to question, to be perfect, it must exist. Okay.
I would rephrase it as just thinking, but is the
to think.
Imperfect form of thinking.
A mind whose nature is to think, is to be perfect, it must exist. Great.
Yes. Okay.
Very cool.
Would you disagree with that statement?
I don't. I think perfect's a nonsense statement. But I mean, if you want to say perfect, this is a necessary quality of perfection, that's fine. I really don't care. I think perfect is. I don't think perfect has any ontological meaning. Like, I get what you mean by it. What this is why people talk about, like, the greatest possible being. That makes sense. Right? We can think of the greatest possible. And obviously, it is more great for it to exist than to not exist. It's not immediately clear that a mind that exists is more perfect than a mind that doesn't exist.
No, it's not. I'm not referring to like greatness. I'm referring to Descartes like filling its nature, right?
Okay. So, in terms of perfection, you're talking about in order for a mind to fulfill its nature perfectly to the utmost. Okay. So, to fulfill its nature to the highest possible degree, it must exist.
Yes.
In order for a mind whose nature is to think, it must. Okay. In order for a mind whose nature is to think, to fulfill. In order for. Wait, sorry. In order. The only way the nature of a mind to think, in parentheses, to fulfill that nature to the highest possible degree, it must think. Or it must exist. Cool, that's fine. Yeah, because it cannot think at all if it does not exist. Great. So the fulfilling of its nature is primarily contingent on it existing. Great. That's fine.
Okay. Ergo, God exists. Right.
So if I conceptualize any mind, if I conceptualize mind A, whose nature is to think, in order, and it's like not perfect, but it's pretty good at its job, must that also exist?
No, as unlike a perfect mind, which is a pure ontology, that is a synthesis. That is something that you are thinking. That is a potential state of your mind as a mind.
No, it's not my mind. It's a conceptual mind.
It is a conceptual mind that is a projection of you.
Why is a perfect mind not a projection of me?
It is a synthesis of you and a perfect mind. It is not in itself.
Can I conceptualize myself as a perfect mind?
You could.
Does that mean that necessarily exists? That myself as a perfect mind necessarily exists?
No, as you are a mind of doubt, because you're questioning right now, and
the fact that it's not in fact true.
Yes.
Okay, but how do we know that this is not in fact true?
Perfection.
This is just gonna go down to like what you're talking about bullshit. So, in what capacity? Sorry, my computer's fucking up. Oh my goodness. Okay. Holy shit. Oh wait, 1 second. All the things are going off right now. This is so annoying. I'll close Discord. Oh, that's the most annoying thing ever. Anyway, okay. God exists in what capacity? You're saying he metaphysically exists in like...
Yes. He metaphysically exists like our mind exists.
And metaphysically exists in our mind exists. Because we have conceptualized the notion of a perfect mind. And by merit of us conceptualizing it, it must exist in the real world.
No. But the logical implications of the concept that we are currently conceptualizing, so we know it exists as a concept, we know that the logical implications that it must exist metaphysically, which is similar to our minds, but not necessarily physical. It's just a perfect mind.
Yeah, this is like stupid. Like I don't know how else to describe it. Like you're saying because I've engaged in a thought, there's a logical conclusion regarding reality beyond that notional thought. That doesn't make any sense. I can conceptualize things. Like you're not bridging this gap between notional existence and metaphysical existence. Right? Once again, the proposition that we've agreed to, the only way that the nature of a mind is capable of fulfilling its, to the highest possible degree, its nature, it must exist. There is no reason for me to believe that in this sense, like an actual metaphysical sense, that there is a mind that is fulfilling to the highest possible degree its nature. This is a category proposition that doesn't have a basis in reality. In order for this category proposition to matter, or we apply it to it, we have to point to a mind or have evidence of a mind in reality of it.
Okay, maybe this would make it simpler. I am taking metaphysical reality and physical reality as derivative of categorical notions. That is part of the negative proofs that maybe that was something lost in translation because it's hard to communicate. So, metaphysical world, that is a conceptualization that is derivative of categorical interactions, and so is the physical world.
That's fine. We can still have a conceptual distinction between the two.
Okay. So, we know that the categorical can be used to prove metaphysical or physical existence, because metaphysical and physical existence themselves are derivative of the categorical.
Well, are concepts of both of those, yeah.
So then why would it be logically impossible?
Not logically impossible. No one said it was logically impossible. I just said you fell below the bar. You didn't prove this. Wait, so the three things, sorry, just to be really clear. The three propositions is, I'm a mind engaging in a notion of a perfect mind. To exist is to be. In order for a perfect mind to be a perfect mind, it must exist. Those don't come together magically or obviously in the fact that a perfect mind does exist.
Okay. If you can agree that the categorical can be a valid way to derive the metaphysical or even the physical, right?
It's a necessary way. Depends on what you mean by categorical. I would call it relational, like an argumentative relational.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, like, I'm talking about a physical reality of my mind existing when I'm saying I can't deny the fact that my mind exists. Like, that's the thing we're engaging in.
But it's not necessarily, like, something that is necessarily interacting with sensory data input. But,
it is.
No, it is just a thing that is thinking. But
I would say that's a physical thing. And the reason I know it is because of physical processes. That is an experience I'm experiencing. I experience myself thinking. I experience myself speaking. I experience myself arguing. I don't... Like, these are all experiences I hold and data that I reference.
It is data that you reference, but you don't necessarily know that it is of a sensory, that is something that is progressive. It could just be essential to your nature. Like, there doesn't have to be...
That is a sensory fact. Like, I'm deriving it from sensory facts. Like, the reason I know I'm speaking to you, the reason I know I'm thinking about you, is because of sensory facts. Like, that is a sensory... Like, self-sense is a thing that exists, and is, like, what I would describe that as. But once again, your three premises... I'm engaging with the concept of a perfect God, or a perfect being. Being is I'm just going to stop repeating that one until you clarify it. So the two premises that I understand as mattering at all is I'm engaging in the notion, I as a mind am engaging in the notion of a perfect being. It is necessary of a perfect being. It is necessary for a being to be perfect that they exist. So in order for a being to be perfect, as in order for a mind that is thinking, in order for it to complete that process to its highest possible degree, it must exist. That's a stupidly obvious premise, right?
Okay.
That's true of a cog. That's true of, in order for a bottle to do its job the best, it must exist. In order for eyes to do their job the best, it must exist. I can conceptualize any number of things that have any number of natures, and very few of those natures could be done the best, not existent.
Okay. The categorical consequence of the idea of God is that he exists. That's just a categorical consequence, right? Of such a notion, that would be the categorical consequence.
Just speak in the words that I'm using. Tell me precisely how those two premises. All you said when we agreed on the premises was ergo God exists. Walk me through that more. Don't use different words, don't use different concepts. Engage in those two concepts. Tell me where those aren't coming together.
Okay. So we first start off in just the existence of ideas. They could be valid, they could be not valid, they could all have different consequences.
They
right?
exist in the capacity that I'm thinking about them, yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost a meaningless existence. But yeah, sure.
The most meaningless existence possible, that all these ideas exist.
Cool, yeah. A unicorn exists, the color blue exists, the color red exists, a made-up color that I can only conceptualize in my mind exists, whatever.
To those concepts, they all have their own consequences, right?
I don't really think, once again, what do you mean by this? This is kind of meaningless. This isn't really how we engage in discussion. They all have necessities, so it's a necessary. When you're talking about consequence, you're just talking about true characteristics? Like, it's a consequence of a pony that it has 4 legs?
Yes. It's a consequence of a pony.
Oh, okay, that's just a characteristic. So all of these concepts have characteristics. Cool.
Okay, and the characteristic of the concept of God is his existence, ergo metaphysical existence.
Okay. The fact that I can conceptualize something that necessarily has to exist in order for it to be valid, right? What you're missing is the proposition here is not, I thought of a pony, therefore it has 4 legs. What you think of is, I thought of a pony. In order for it to be a pony, it has 4 legs. Okay? So, when we talk about this, I thought of a perfect being. In order for that being to be perfect, it has to exist. What we're not proving is the in order to. We're not proving the being exists. We're just observing that in order for it to be this thing, it must have this characteristic. But we're not proving that it is this thing.
Okay. To be a circle is to be an equidistant line from a point. It does not matter if it
Cool, but that is a line we draw. So okay, that is a categorical line we draw around certain concepts that we have, right? So when I think of a perfect circle, here it has whatever the fuck, it's an equidistant line drawn around a dot or whatever the fuck, infinite sides. The only reason that this characteristic argument works or matters is because it's to take concepts I already hold in my mind and to label them.
But since we agree that this is kind of the process that all ideas come from, why would it be valid for all these other ideas but not God?
What other idea? What process? No other process looks like this. The only process would be that what we described was the negative proof.
The negative proof is a conceptual proof. It is based off of ideas.
Yeah, but
right?
It's a very specific proof that it actually does logically follow. I cannot deny something that if I deny it, I would be accepting it. That's the conceptual proof. That's where we get basic ideas, and then we build more complicated ideas off of those basic ideas. So that's where we no other concept works like this, where we conceptualize something, and because that concept is necessary, because this characteristic is necessary, the concept means that it is concurrent with reality. No. I can conceptualize something that exists that doesn't in fact exist. Right?
Yes, but the consequence of those things that don't exist is they don't necessarily exist logically, like the mind.
No, but the fact that it so If I like, you can add a characteristic to anything. Okay, so let's make this argument about what would you consider to be like irreducible. Like a comb, is a comb irreducible conceptually?
A cone, the shape, or a cone?
Yeah, actually, okay, is a circle irreducible conceptually?
Yes, it is irreducible. Yes.
Okay. Is there a perfect circle? Can I conceptualize a perfect circle?
There is a conceptual perfect circle.
In order for that, is part of that perfection that it exists?
No, that essential to the nature of a circle is just that it's an equidistant line. That does not mean it exists.
Can it be that without existing?
Yes, it can be that conceptual.
How? Then it exists in that capacity.
It's conceptual.
Then it exists in that capacity.
It exists in that capacity, but it's not a metaphysical capacity necessarily. It is just a conceptual capacity.
Okay. And it is okay. So what if like? Okay, then I don't see what's the difference here between that and the concept of God.
So the concept of God is necessarily to existence. It's necessary to exist. That's
metaphysically. It necessarily metaphysically exists, because otherwise it would not be able to. Otherwise, it would not be able to be perfect in terms of thinking. It would not be able to think the most functionally.
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking like. Do you think like what about the concept of parent? Is that irreducible?
Not really. That's kind of based in sensory experience.
What if we talk about knife, or like murderer? Is the concept of murderer irreducible?
The socio-physical things are not irreducible.
I'm trying to think of examples here because, like, okay, this is where we're just like, first of all, your thing doesn't like. There are a few problems with this. The concept of irreducible versus reducible concepts is nonsense. You can reduce anything. A circle's a line. Lines are dots. Second of all, like nonsense distinction. Second of all, your conclusion doesn't follow your mere premise. It's not true that the fact that I conceptualize something, and in order for that for one thing from that concept to logically follow from another, that it is concurrent with reality. So not true. My thoughts do not determine reality. The fact that I can conceptualize it does not tell me anything about reality.
Reality is derivative of your thoughts.
No. My concept of reality is derivative of my thoughts, right? But my concept of reality is not like affected by my thoughts. Like what I conceptualize to be reality is divorced from like my thoughts per se. So the notional hypothetical world in my brain is separated from the reality sensory engagement parts of my brain. They're two completely separate concepts. And one is meant to track onto reality. The other one is able to engage in thoughts abstractly. And this can have abstract thoughts, right? But even they must concur with reality. Whereas these don't have to. So when something is, what does it mean for it to be logically necessary? What am I actually doing when I'm conceiving of a perfect being? I'm looking through all the qualities that a perfect being would have, right? How best could it be perfect, right? This thing, it would have to have this thing. I can think about what it means to be perfect. This, and this. What does it mean to be a perfect circle? This, and this. What does it mean to be a perfect school? This, and this. Like, you can go and say, what does it mean to be perfect? It's a linguistic exercise, okay? It tells you absolutely nothing about whether that perfect thing actually does exist in reality.
But it does tell you the notional conclusions of that concept, right? Like,
so it tells me what it means to be perfect. For this, it tells me the meaning of this word.
But to the perfect circle, it does not need to exist to fulfill.
No, but it doesn't even tell me that I'm conceptualizing a perfect circle, right? Like, I don't think I could probably conceptualize a perfect circle. Like, if you took, like, my image of a circle in my mind, and then you drew it out, and then you really measured it, it's probably not perfect, right? But I can still, when we're talking about conceptualizing, what we're thinking about is like in words, right, or images or whatever, in whatever language we can use, what the characteristics that would be required of this linguistic fact would be. We're literally just like defining perfect.
Well, to some extent, yes, it is an ontological argument.
I mean, we don't have to use it like that's no, it's not. It's not an argument about the existence of knowledge. It's an exploration of our current existing knowledge.
And its consequences, which is how everything.
And its consequences linguistically and conceptually, not metaphysically. You haven't made the metaphysical leap. Like when I figure out, oh, this is what perfect means, it doesn't tell me anything about metaphysics. It tells me things about my words that I use.
Okay, maybe we have a different definition of metaphysics. I'm defining metaphysics as the modal logic that exists irrespective of interaction with sensory input. Is that an adequate definition of metaphysics?
That's not the definition I would use. The definition I would use would be the Oxford Languages one, the branch of philosophy that deals with the first principles of things, including abstract concepts such as being, knowing, identity, time, and space.
Yes, that's kind of what it is. But
I mean, that's definitionally what it is. But we can say. I mean, I think the most helpful is the first principles of things.
First principle of things, I completely agree with.
Yeah, but so I just disagree that like modal logic exists without like a mind. Like I don't think it's a fact of reality. I think it's an observation of reality. A little different, right? Then we would just go into Platonism and whatever. But this is the thing. It's like when I think about what a perfect thing is, I'm just listing off characteristics. So what I'm saying is, in order for this being to be perfect, it has to exist. But in order for that proposition, the only way this proposition would matter is if you could point me to a being. Do you understand? I'm trying to categorize what is perfect. And then I'll apply that definition to something that I see.
Maybe I did not. Maybe it's because I didn't factor in the experience of thinking to the thinking thing. But like, it is the same fundamental principles, first principles, like of essential things, just like the mind exists, that God exists, because that's just what it is. There cannot be a mind without existence.
But it's essential of this thing if it exists. It is essential of this thing if it exists. Like, it's essential to a unicorn that it has a horn. It's also essential to a unicorn that it exists. Because a unicorn that doesn't exist isn't a unicorn. It is essential to a unicorn that it exists. Otherwise, it's not a unicorn.
A unicorn could be it's just a one-horned horse.
That exists. In order for it to be if you point me to something that does not exist, it is not a unicorn.
If I were to write a unicorn and define a unicorn in a dictionary, I do not define it as a being. It is not an actualization of being. It is a taxonological construction.
Yes, and in order for this unicorn to be a unicorn, in order for it to be, it must exist. In order for us to describe something as unicorn, it must exist. In order for it to be a unicorn, it must exist. Definitionally, a unicorn exists.
That is not its essential nature. And it's
okay, can anything that does not exist be a unicorn?
Yes.
What?
Moxie the unicorn in a fictional story.
That exists in the capacity that we're referencing it.
It conceptually exists, yes.
Yeah, cool. Then it exists. But like, this is the thing, is we're talking in specific contexts. So God conceptually must exist in the context in which we're talking. So when I'm conceptualizing it, I'm putting this quality and I'm making this image of my mind of a God that exists in the capacity in which I'm describing it as perfect. So everything works this way. In order for it to be a unicorn, it must exist because we can immediately exclude all things that don't exist from being a unicorn. But we can have like fictitious or hypothetical or conceptual understandings of things that necessarily would exist that necessarily exist for them to count as those things. Actually, it is an essential quality of all things that they exist in order for them to be those things, because things exist.
I would strongly disagree with that. Just like the circle, essential to its nature, is that existence.
Yeah, it does. There is no perfect circle that does not exist. Every perfect circle, it is necessary of a perfect circle for it to exist, in the capacity in which we are talking about it.
A circle could exist on a Cartesian plane and not necessarily have to exist on a piece of paper, right?
Cool. It exists in a different capacity. So it's not necessary that it exists in this way or another. That's fine.
Yeah. Yes, but the essential capacity of a mind is the metaphysical existence that we're currently exhibiting as thinking things.
Wait, well, so I can't... Okay. This is going to go around and around forever. In order for a mind to be able to think, right? Okay, can a perfect wheel exist conceptually?
It can exist conceptually, yes.
Okay, if we say like what if we talk about, can a perfect painting exist conceptually?
That's a looser concept, but you can conceptually kind of do it, but I would not say it's essential ontology.
Okay, can a perfect marathon exist conceptually? Like a person's perfect marathon. So when we're talking about that, if we say the purpose of this marathon is to run it as fast as possible, can I conceptualize what that would look like?
No. A perfect marathon would just be like 39 miles.
Can I conceptualize that?
You can conceptualize a perfect 39 miles.
When I talk about a perfect marathon, I'm talking about when people say a perfect marathon, do you know? Like I ran a perfect marathon. Like for me, a perfect marathon. Do you know what they mean?
Yeah, like semantically, they're doing their best.
No, in relation to their purpose, they did perfectly. So, this is the thing. Okay, can a perfect darts game exists? Because in relation to its purpose, get the highest possible score, it was perfect.
Oh yeah, it could fulfill its purpose. Yeah, it could.
But in fact, right, its purpose cannot exist conceptually. So, like, in fact, it's not a darts board if it's in my head. It's just not a darts board. And in fact, this mind isn't thinking. Like, this is why I can have an idea I can understand what it means linguistically to not have any more questions to ask without myself having no more questions to ask. I can understand what it means to be able to lift a really heavy rock without me actually being able to lift a heavy rock, right? So I can conceptualize things that I have not observed in reality. I do not exist in reality, or I do not perceive in reality. I don't see what the functional difference is here. Yes, but like a mind in my mind can think. Just like a wheel in my mind can roll, and a circle in my mind can be circular.
Yes, but those attributes can exist purely conceptually, unlike a perfect mind, which would have to exist with thoughts outside of yours.
Is that because I am myself not actualized?
Yes, you are not an actualized mind. I'm not an actualized
mind. Okay, so
anything.
Okay. Then I would say that I cannot conceptualize an actualized mind in what you're talking about. It's an impossible thing for me to conceptualize by this definition and description.
But we do know it's ontology. That is just conceptualization.
But I'm not conceptualizing the thing then. I'm describing a hypothetical thing. But I'm not conceptualizing the thing itself.
The actualization of the questioning, the fulfillment of the process we are currently in, and pure thought, without doubt, is exactly what we're describing. We know it's ontology. That is the concept.
Yeah, we know characteristics of it. Cool. Okay, so
if characteristics are its ontology.
Yeah, we know the characteristics of it. Cool. Like the thing that I could list out any number of characteristics of any number of things. Hey guys, I have this concept of this thing called gloop. It has to exist metaphysically. Its purpose is to do something I can't conceive of. and it is blue. Those are a set of necessary qualities of it. And why is it necessary? Because otherwise it wouldn't be gloop. We wouldn't draw this linguistic circle around it, which is what perfection means. Or let's say its purpose is to exist metaphysically. Right? So if we say its purpose is to exist metaphysically, just like when we mean perfect, we mean its purpose is to think, which necessitates that it exists metaphysically. Does gloop then exist metaphysically?
Well, I could go on about Cartesianism and how it's not a pure ontology, but even if it
that is a pure ontology. That is a pure ontology. That's a set of characteristics that it has.
Just Neoplatonism.
What?
You're just describing Neoplatonism. It would just be an idea, the mind of God. It exists metaphysically in God's mind because it is a thought you have. It wouldn't just.
Then everything exists metaphysically, and the distinction we've been making linguistically this whole time is meaningless.
Yeah, if you just want to embrace metaphysical Neoplatonism and don't care about like quintessential ontologies and pure ontologies, yeah, they all exist metaphysically, and the conceptual and the metaphysical are the same.
Great. Then the consequence of the metaphysical is null.
No, it's not.
If unicorns exist metaphysically, it's a meaningless statement.
Well, it is the supreme. The metaphysical is the supreme because that is what makes the derivative of the physical.
No, it doesn't.
So God.
Also, supreme does not follow from derivative.
If something comes from something, it's either lesser or equal to it, right?
No. I came from my parents. It doesn't mean that I'm lesser than them or equal to them.
Well you are.
Two came. The concept of two is derived from the concept of one. One is not greater than two. Like, no. We can have derivative in greater thoughts. Also, describing something as supreme conceptually is nonsense in a general sense.
It is where it comes from.
Cool. Supremacy is a nonsense description, yeah.
So then God metaphysically exists.
Okay, then that's meaningless in how you're describing it. If it's just accepting Neoplatonism, cool. God exists as a concept. Yeah, I don't deny that.
Well,
just like unicorns exist,
all these concepts exist within the mind of God, the actualized mind.
You can have secular Neoplatonism.
What?
You can have secular Neoplatonism. Platonism as the physical existence of a concept.
Well, technically, a perfect mind doesn't have to be God, but that's.
That's true, and also Neoplatonism doesn't necessitate that, but that's fine. Anyway, I am actually going to move on to someone because I think every single person in this live wants to tear their eyes out, myself included. So,
thank you. Have a great day.
Oh yeah, I'll read up on some fucking Descartes. Although Descartes has been like sufficiently destroyed. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see, rhinoceros. Hello. 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 Okay. I just got a text from my mom. How was the Asian? But it's because I said I was going to get Asian food. And I was like, girl, are we British? What are we doing? Ah!
Can we finish our conversation for once?
Did you say you want to have abortion discussion?
Yeah, sure, we can talk about that.
Well, you said you wanted to, so, okay, great. Let's talk about it. What's your position on abortion?
Sentience. I believe like after a certain period, it's going to be morally and legally not allowed to do abortion.
What week does
So-
that look like? When does sentience typically appear?
I think science made something like 21 weeks, something like this.
I mean, our positions aren't that different then. I'm viability, so
Yeah, would you say that an abortion is permissible for all 9 months?
so I believe in any form of abortion up until viability, post viability, induction of labor, unless medically necessary, otherwise.
So is that a yes?
I mean, that's my position. So it just depends what you mean by abortion. If you mean induced labor, then yeah.
Can you elaborate on that?
Do you know what an induced labor is?
No.
Do you know what labor is?
Yeah, it's going to be like working.
So inducing labor is when you cause the body to go into labor.
Yeah, but what does it mean?
So if I induce labor at 26 weeks, that means the mother is going to give birth at 26 weeks. So expel the fetus at 26 weeks. Or a C-section at 26 weeks, whatever.
Yeah, because like when I talked to you like in chat, you said that all 9 months is going to be morally permissible to do an abortion.
I don't think abortion is typically morally permissible to do. So
You don't?
no, that's not my position. That would depend on when we start life. So if you start life at sentience, then I think it's morally permissible up until sentience.
So the question
My position
is
isn't really whether it's morally permissible. My position more so has to do with whether it should be legal or not.
So you debate from a legality standpoint, right? I hate talking about legality because I like talking more about morals, and I think when we
But
talk
who
about
cares what you
value-
think of the morals? Like it doesn't matter. Right. I'm
but
a
the
voter
morals are
and I'm like a
not-
person that speaks on the laws. I'm not like a person that I'm not like a woman who's going to get an abortion.
Yeah, I know, but when you talk about morals, this is what's going to dictate laws, right?
Yeah, I mean in
Because
part,
laws-
but like if you can draw like an actual strong legal argument, then like whatever moral arguments you're going to make, like I like the thing is like my legal arguments hinge on the fact that I can concede the moral point. Like I don't really care if it's moral. The way that laws are and the facts of like how we should do laws dictate that abortion should be legal pretty clearly. It has a lot to do with the nature of laws and like basic principles of laws that tell me it.
Would you agree that what gives value and like moral consideration, therefore we should make laws around this is going to be sentience?
No, I don't really think we should make laws regarding sentience. I don't see how I don't really care about sentience.
So what gives moral considerations in your opinion if it's not sentience?
I don't really care. I don't think the laws care about it either.
No, what do you think gives moral consideration?
I don't know or care. It's not a question I like think about because I don't
Why
think it
not?
matters. Because I'm not going to get an abortion, so I don't have to deal with these moral quandaries. And if one of my friends came up to me and said, "Hey, Queen, I really want to get an abortion," me telling them that it's immoral is probably not going to do anything about that, because I think there are probably better ways they can contribute to like society than not getting an abortion. And I think
No, but
most
this is
abortions
all-
are going to be illegal anyway, or are going to be immoral anyway, by and large. So I don't really give a shit when we start life. I'm going to be really conservative on when I think life starts. Like it's going to be like fucking like 12 weeks or whatever.
No,
Like
but
I don't really
I
care.
don't think life should matter because we are killing plants all the time which are living, right? So like if you refer to the biological definition of life, then it's going to be arbitrary. Like doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, but
to
in
me.
relation to abortion specifically, I don't really care. We can talk about like why I don't care about plants and why I don't care about certain animals. But that's a different discussion than abortion, and that's when it matters.
I'll tell you
The
what.
reason I
I'll
don't
tell you
the reason
what.
I don't like engage in this discussion is because like it just like in relation to abortion, I don't think the laws, like the thing that I'll actually be voting on, should be determined on this, and I don't want people to be confused and think that they should be. right? I don't think we should limit abortion rights at 21 weeks. I don't think we should base it off sentience. I think we should base it off of, like, bodily autonomy and, like, the rights of people.
Yeah, but why does bodily autonomy does actually matter? Like, we don't actually care about that when it comes to lives of others. For example, I'm going to put you in jail if you pose a risk to someone else, and I don't care about your bodily autonomy when I do it. I'm going to limit your...
But you actually do. I mean, we have systems to prevent unjust violations of bodily autonomy. Bodily autonomy is a fundamental principle of, like, obligations, and, like, why we don't go around organ harvesting from people, and why we don't, like, defile dead bodies, and, like, why we don't engage in a huge amount of things, and, like, why SA is bad, and why, like, you know, a lot of things are bad, why assault is bad. It has to do with bodily autonomy. The foundation of our legal system is bodily autonomy. The foundation of, like, every single private law, personal injury, is bodily autonomy. Of course we care about bodily autonomy. Like, it's the foundation of our laws. And so I can see, if I can say that, like, a certain abortion regulation is going to be in violation of, like, you know, the fundamental premises of, like, most of our laws, that's going to be an issue.
Okay, so let's say I want to do drugs, right? If bodily autonomy is going to be the things that gives value and things that we care about, why should society stop me from doing that?
Well, that's not a question of bodily autonomy.
Yeah, it is, because...
No, it's not. It's a misrepresentation of what I consider bodily autonomy to be self-ownership. Not regulations on what you can and cannot buy.
Yeah, so again, like, still feels like you said something that I disagree with. I think laws should be dictated upon morals.
Oh, I think laws should be dictated upon morals as well. But there are legal principles that best, like, laws are a specific type of thing, right? They're not just whatever we think is moral is what we dictate, right? They're a specific use of morals, and we should argue from that. Like, it's obvious, like, even if you thought it was moral, which I'm inclined to as well, to say, hey, everyone should give blood. Even if we think it's a good thing to give blood, we wouldn't want to live in a society where the government forces everyone to give blood. That's by and large not a good society.
Between a should statement to you must do some statements. Like when we say you must do something, it's going to be a very, very hard moral principle. Like, for example, when we say we shouldn't murder, right? I'm executing, like, a very, very strong morality here. But when I say we should donate blood, I'm not executing, like...
You just said should.
Huh?
Also, things are either right or wrong. It's not a matter of spectrum here. Like, you either should or should not do something. Like, there are things there are things that are, like, super mega bad to do, and things that are super mega good to do, but you either should or should not do something, right?
But there is going to be some things that are going to be much...
But this isn't really how we do. Like, it's illegal for me to steal to save my family, but the government isn't willing to force people to give blood. I would say, right, the law, you know, requiring me not to steal to save 5 people, but then also not requiring, like, forcing of giving blood, like, you know, it's not a matter of how good or bad something is. It's a matter of, like, laws are just a specific breed of thing with certain characteristics. So I think the legal argument's, like, the only one that really matters. And I don't think anyone really cares whether you think abortion's good or bad, because it's not, you're never going to be faced with the choice. And if you want to say, hey, it's bad, therefore we should have these laws, you need to have the argument as to why. Like, you need to have the legal argument. You can't just have the moral argument alone. Because, right, it's good to give blood, it's bad to not give blood, and yet we shouldn't force people to give blood.
Yeah, but this is, like, circumstance to my point, where there are certain actions that are much worse than other actions. And if the said actions are going to be worse, then we should execute laws against them.
I just don't think that's how we do it. I don't think it's on the spectrum. I don't think it's like, this is really, really bad, so you lose freedoms and liberty.
Would you say that...
I think we have, like, rights. We have a rights-based legal system.
Would you say that murder is going to be as worse as stealing?
So do I think that, let me make a better example for you. Do I think that, like, screaming profanities at minorities is really, really bad? Yes. Do I think that stealing from Walmart is really, really bad? No. One of those things is illegal. Because the law to up and down protects the right of property, but up and down does not protect the right of people to not hear things they don't want to hear. Because we have rights to some things and not rights to others. And so there are, like, we have a system of rights that apply to the maximum and the minimum. And then we have, like, a system of morality that applies to everything always. They're just different systems that work differently.
So when you say we should allow abortions, you are referring to bodily autonomy, right?
I'm referring to what?
Bodily autonomy. You're saying
My primary argument comes out of an analysis of law, yes.
So you're saying, like, there is a certain point in which the fetus gets rights, therefore we shouldn't kill it.
No, it has nothing to do with the fetus getting a life. Or rights.
But you said it's going to be bodily autonomy.
Yes, bodily autonomy applies to grown fucking children as well. They shouldn't get the
Yeah.
liver, they shouldn't get the kidney of the mother because of her
Yeah,
bodily
but-
autonomy. So it has nothing to do with the fetus getting rights. It has everything to do with the mother having rights and ownership over her body.
Yeah, but she put a fetus there, right, as a result of her own consequences, right? Imagine
Yeah,
if
but
I said, right?
this is what I argue against, is that's the fact that she created the child has nothing to do with whether she gave up her rights to her own body, i.e. gained an obligation to this child to give her her body. This is what we get into.
Okay.
Is there a legal obligation to give the body? I don't think so.
Okay, so imagine the following scenario, right? I'm putting you in my house, in my room, and I'm locking the key.
Oh, you kidnapped
right?
me?
Yeah, basically. I'm going
Oh,
to
okay.
kidnap you.
This is the thing. You harmed me, so you can owe me stuff. Kidnapping is a violation of my rights. Where did the mother violate the rights of the fetus to get an obligation to them?
Okay, so imagine a different scenario in which you were born in my house, right? And I'm locking the key to the room, and you cannot exit. However, there are resources in my room which you can take. But if you take them, this is going to be stealing because it's mine. Would you say you are legally obliged to take these resources?
So do I think people that give birth at home have obligations? Yes, I do. This is a little complicated as to where I think obligations come from. I think the obligation comes from the mother's choice to give birth at home by comparison to like a hospital, or the fact that she like went out in society and like deprived the child of the opportunity to be born elsewhere. That's where I think she gains this obligation.
I don't understand the example, right? What I try to
I understand it. I just disagree with you. I think you're wrong.
Why? Because the fetus that is in the mother, right? He did not choose to be born.
It has
He
nothing to do
was
with whether the
born
fetus
out-
chose to do it. It has to do with whether any of their rights or opportunities were violated.
I actually disagree because I think he does. He does have the right because she put him in the situation where he's forced to take resources from her, right? So if this is true, it's going to be analogous to what I say. You were born into a room which you cannot.
But that's
exit.
because
There are
she took him
resources.
away from places where he could get other resources.
The fetus cannot get other resources.
I know, but
only
the
resource-
child can. That's why it's bad. Like,
How?
this is the thing. It's like the only reason... Here's the thing. The only reason we know that a mother not giving her child food to a certain amount or medicine to a certain amount or whatever the fuck is bad is because the government or society by and large provide other things to the son or to the child, right? So the government says, hey, you can't not give your children this medicine because we would give your child this medicine otherwise. That's how we know the standard for child neglect. So when you fall below that standard, what you're doing is you're denying the child opportunities to gain from the rest of society. You have to fulfill those opportunities otherwise. This is how like kidnapping works, right? It's like if I kidnap a child and they die of a disease that they would have died from anyway, right? I didn't murder the child. But if I kidnap a child and they die from like diabetes, which they would have had their insulin or whatever, with them, had I not kidnapped them, I did murder them.
Yeah, but I think you like disregard the responsibility the woman have over a child. Like,
I
let's
don't
say
know.
the
Well, I'm
only
not.
way-
I'm saying it's derived from somewhere different,
which is,
depriving it of other opportunities.
I mean, but there are no other opportunities. For
There
the
are,
fetus in
absolutely.
the-
They live in a society where they could put it up for adoption. 110%.
No, a fetus cannot get adopted.
Ah, there we go. Exactly. So that's why she doesn't have obligations to the fetus. Because she hasn't deprived of any other opportunities. Why does she have obligations to a child? Because by taking it home, she's deprived of other opportunities. But she hasn't done that to the fetus, so she has no such obligation.
I swear to God, this is like the weirdest pro-choice argument I've ever.
You have no argument for how child neglect works, so...
Yeah, because I believe sentience is what gives value, right?
Okay, what does a mother owe their child?
Sorry?
What does a mother owe their child?
What does a mother what?
Owe their child.
I don't understand the question.
What does a mother owe their child?
Oh. Yeah, I think she has responsibility over him. I don't think we should harm sentient being in general.
What does she owe them?
I don't think it matters whether or not she owes it something.
Do you
right?
think she can
I
take a
think
child home and not feed it?
Yeah.
You think that
Sure.
should be legal?
Yeah, I mean, if by taking it home she's going to harm him by not feeding him, then yeah, she's supposed to feed him.
If you're in... Do I have to feed you right now if you're going to die of starvation?
No.
Are you a sentient person?
Yeah.
Does you being a sentient person give you a right to my food?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so what gives the child the right to the mother's food outside the womb?
It's because I'll tell you why. In your example,
No.
right?
Yeah.
I'll tell you why your example is bad. Because in your example,
Can you just answer the question?
yeah, okay. So it's going to be what gives me the right is going to be whether or not you put me in the situation in the first place.
What does it mean to put someone in a situation? Like, what do you mean by this? Did the grandmother of the child put them in the situation?
It means whether or not you have responsibility over me.
But no, we're trying to establish if you have responsibility. Oh, Eden.
Yeah, sorry.
We're trying to establish if you have responsibility, Eden. So, what does it mean to have put someone in a situation? So did like...
I got to go for like 1 minute. If you want to get someone else up, it's fine.
Okay.
It's going to be like 1 minute.
Peace. Yellow.
So,
Hello.
I should debate you on future like ours argument for abortion.
Sure.
Do you have a response?
Oh, are you Julian?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, cool. I'm glad you're done lying about who you are, because the last time you came on and debated, you said you were not Julian, which is really fucking annoying. I'm not going to argue against, like, a headline. I'm going to argue against an argument you actually make. So,
Oh, okay. You want me to lay out the argument?
just lay out your argument, make an argument, and I'll respond to the argument that you make.
Okay, so argument just goes like this. The reason why ending someone's life is prima facie morally wrong is because it...
I agree
deprives
that
them
ending
of a
someone's
future.
life is prima facie morally wrong.
Wait, what?
I agree that ending someone's life is prima facie morally wrong. I think
Yeah,
abortion,
and-
by and large, is prima facie morally wrong.
Yeah, because it deprives them of a future of value, one with hopes, desires, dreams, experiences, and so on. The fetus has this sort of future, and therefore depriving it of a future like ours is prima facie morally wrong.
In what capacities is it? Okay, I don't care if it's morally wrong. You know my position, Julian.
I actually don't remember.
Okay, my
You're,
position is I don't really care if abortion's morally wrong. I'm talking about it from a legal perspective. Do you think it should be illegal because it's morally wrong, Julian?
uh, I think ending someone's life is, well, should be illegal, yeah.
It depends how you end their life, right?
Yeah, obviously it depends how you end the life, but I mean, there's classes of like morally wrong actions, right?
But we
Obviously,
don't do
stealing
this in a
from
classed way, right? Like I can do a really, really evil thing. I can call you a horrible name or like, say shit or not give to charity or whatever the fuck or like, hate on orphans. And I'd say that's really shitty, but it's not illegal because we have rights. Um, so like I think it's really shitty when you don't give a kidney to someone who die without it. I think it's really shitty when you don't give food to the homeless who will die without it. I think it's really shitty when you don't give blood to someone. But I don't think those things should be illegal, right? Do you?
uh, depends on the certain circumstance, but
Do you
in
think a
this,
good society is one where like the government forces people to give blood donations? Just generally?
well, I mean, I really don't see the huge case in making stuff like that illegal. I mean, for example, if giving blood donations would save millions and millions of lives every year, or if making it forced blood donations would save millions and millions of lives every year, I do think we should force blood donations. Um,
Really?
yeah, I
So you're
don't
just
see
taking
this
like a
huge.
full util perspective.
Yeah. Here's the case. I am a utilitarian. I
But
think
even for
that.
the law, like that's a wild case to take for the law, right? Like that means that you think the government at some point should go out and kill innocent people and harvest their organs.
Well, you know the util perspective on the law, right? The util perspective on the law is saying that something should be legal in the case that making it legal would
No, I'm
maximize
aware of what
utility.
utilitarian is. I'm just saying, like Julian, you don't believe in like freedom,
Of course, I believe in freedom.
but this is not freedom. Freedom is like the divorce from the law and morality.
Well, freedom is the divorce from the law.
Is
What do you
divorce
mean?
from the law and morality.
Oh, okay.
So
I mean,
freedom
I
is
think.
literally the freedom to do things that are immoral but ought to be legal.
Wait, the freedom to do things that are immoral and ought to be legal?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course, there's things that, even under like the util perspective, that are going to be immoral but not illegal, such as being mean. But it's the case for these
Why would
classes
that?
of
Why should that be not illegal?
because legalizing it won't maximize utility. If you legalize being mean, I don't see the huge utility gain from that.
Okay, but if it did, you would want to limit free speech like that. You don't believe in any inherent value of rights.
Well, okay, like I don't think these are meaningful critiques against utilitarianism because if you're baking in the
No, I'm
utility.
not making a critique. I'm literally just asking you.
Oh, okay, but the thing is, like, utilitarians are just going to argue that
I'm just
generally their
asking you what
systems
you
preserve
believe.
freedoms. Uh, so yeah, if it's the case that something um, is not going to be utility maximizing, then or something's going to be utility maximizing, even if it's going to restrict quote unquote freedoms, you ought to make it illegal, etc.
This is the thing is like I would agree if we accept that a fetus is a human and we ought not do it. If you believe that there should be basically no divorce from morality and legality, right? Which is the utilitarian perspective, then there is no argument here, right? There's next to no divorce between those two in the utilitarian view.
I
And I
totally
believe
disagree.
if I believe making abortion illegal, right? You could have the argument that like just you could have just a practical argument, but that's not terribly interesting, is it? Right? There's a practical argument of well, it's utilitarianly this or that, right? And I think practically making abortion illegal would harm women by and large. This will be the only critique I have of this argument, right? Is that practically it won't maximize utility because by and large the same rate of abortions happen, and they just happen more dangerously. Right, so we just go into a practical rather than an actually interesting epistemic argument. If we both adhere to strict utilitarianism, typically people that come on my live believe in freedom prima facie, so we can actually have like a discussion. You used to be a libertarian, which is really funny, or you used to call yourself a libertarian, which is really funny. But yeah, like I mean, just practically, making abortion illegal does not, even if you consider the fetus a life, does not save more fetuses. and it harms more women. So
Okay, well, okay, so wait, those are interesting claims to make. But I mean, first I want to address one thing is that even through utilitarianism, there's going to be a lot of divorce between what's moral or what's immoral and what's illegal.
yeah, just like I
Things
just set
like-
out. I'm aware.
Wait, what?
Like I just set out. I just said, yeah, it might be immoral to get an abortion, but making it illegal wouldn't maximize morality. Boom.
Well, these other practical considerations you're giving, I don't find them convincing. Like, for example, I don't find it convincing that if you, for example, make abortion illegal, it's not going to reduce rates of abortion significantly, and people are just going to get them through more dangerous means.
I mean,
Because
that's what the statistics show. I mean, that's in reality what's happened.
Is Texas showing this?
So what we did was I believe there was a 30-year study across places that had abortion restrictions in America by comparison to that didn't, and then they had comparisons across Europe, comparing Poland, Romania, Hungary to members of the EU. So prior to Poland's admittance into the EU and Hungary's admittance to the EU, comparing abortion rates in these areas, and they found that across 30 years, the abortion rates in those areas that had abortions legal and had abortions illegal were roughly similar when you account for socioeconomic differences.
Wait, okay.
But you can't just point to one example, right? Also, we don't have good data on how many abortions are happening in Texas right now. Like it's been what, a year or 2 years since Roe fell. So we just don't have. We would probably be the worst case study you could possibly look at, Julian. To prove your point, there is longitudinal data on this, and it's really well studied.
Well, you have to look at exactly what's happening in these countries. Like, for example, I don't think it's fair to compare countries with restricted abortion access to countries without restricted abortion access because there's different cultures in those countries. It's more illuminating to study within a certain country, same cultural setting, same economic setting,
but also an
and
open
then you
border.
compare two states or two regions in any country, one with restricted abortion access and one with unrestricted abortion
But this is
access.
obviously silly because there's an open border.
Wait, what?
But that's obviously silly because there's an open border.
Well, look, I mean, even in the case
Like, don't you think that but like, Julian, even you have to recognize that that's dumb, right? Like, the open border would throw the whole thing off. Because what would happen is Texas makes it illegal, and a lot of the people that would get abortions anyway just go get abortions in Oklahoma or whatever the fuck. So, yes, it looks like the rates of abortions are going down, but in fact, the abortions that would happen anyway in Texas are either becoming more dangerous in Texas, but by and large are dropping because they're going to another place.
But look, like, okay, obviously, like, here's the case. If you
and also, by the way, Julian, that's what we see. So any data that we are seeing on restrictive states, we see an increase in the states around them. We're seeing abortion tourism happening in America currently. Planned Parenthood actually had to increase its investment in North Carolina when a bunch of the South made abortions illegal because it had an influx of abortion patients from those places. So, I mean, we have the data on this actually. Your proposed methodology is like mind-numbingly stupid.
Look, wait. Okay, I don't think that fully captures the methodology I wanted to get at. Okay, so obviously I want you to compare countries that, so in the first place, they have unrestricted abortion access, and then they restrict abortion access throughout the whole country. This seems to be like the correct methodology to use.
But you can use multiple methodologies and make cultural comparisons, right? You can look at the effect of passing more abortion comparisons. This is what they did on the 30-year analysis. So they looked at the effect of opening abortion access following Poland by comparison to previous passes, opening abortion access following Hungary. There just haven't been that many countries that have been regressive in this. So it's going to be extraordinarily hard to look at it that way. But what you can look at is when they join the EU and they have to give abortion access, which happened quite a lot. And we see that the abortion rates actually didn't really fall, but we do see this drastic drop in female mortality. Crazy. So I mean, literally, but the thing is, Julian, like, you're arguing with no data.
Okay, look, that's actually really silly, the sort of methodology you're using. If you're saying that...
But Julian, you have nothing.
Look.
You know, Julian, you can critique my methodology when you have anything.
Look, But can I just show you why the methodology you're using is really silly?
No,
But obviously-
wait, Julian, do you have any data on your side?
What empirical claim did I make?
You're making a
I didn't make
counterclaim.
any empirical
You no,
claims
you
there.
you did. You said on a utilitarian basis we should make abortion illegal.
And what's the empirical claim there?
That Are you shitting me? Julian, you're better than that.
I don't know what empirical claim you're saying.
Okay, did you not deny that on average the claim that more women, that a roughly equivalent amount of women will die, and roughly more women will die and fewer abortions will not happen? You've disagreed with that.
Well, okay, I do disagree with that.
Okay, cool.
But
That's the
separate
empirical
from
claim.
the utility claim that someone's making.
That's the empirical claim.
Okay, so I mean,
And also, I have any evidence. You can critique the evidence and say it's not sufficient, but that doesn't actually defeat the claim until you provide sufficient counter evidence.
look, the thing is, like, I mean, I can give you a really good a priori case of what's going to happen.
But I'm talking about what in reality does happen. So I've pointed to the facts of in reality what actually does happen.
The facts,
And you
the
can hype out, and also you have no a priori argument about legal impacts. Nothing is a priori.
The methodology used is bad. Okay.
Wait. Can you tell me what your a priori argument would be? Because nothing about this could be argued a priori.
Oh, and also I did give you one empirical case, the empirical case in Texas in America. Okay. So,
Wait, do you have the data? Can you give me the data on that?
I don't have my computer open right now.
Does Texas, rates of abortion in Texas, do we even have the data on that?
There's new data since the abortion bans happened. It's the data I'm referencing. We see that there's actually many lives saved for the fetuses in Texas.
Past 2 years. I don't see updated data claiming from 2002 or from 2020.
Should be there. I don't.
So Texas records just 17 abortions, but this is the Texan government recording it. We don't have data on how many back alley abortions are happening or abortions happening from what I described, that process of going to other states.
I mean, obviously, for any study, you can stipulate other factors.
No, but that's not any other factors. This is the whole entire fundamental argument: is that back alley abortions are going to account for a larger proportion. You have no evidence talking about back alley abortions regarding Texas, because I don't really think we have that data. And also, I pulled up your source for you. Congratulations. But Julian, can you try and make the a priori argument? Because that's nonsense. You can't make an a priori argument about the impacts of
You
a.
obviously can make an a priori argument.
Okay,
The
do
a
it.
priori argument is just going to go like this. If you illegalize abortion, people are going to get less abortions because they're scared of being legally punished for getting those abortions.
How do you know they're going to be scared?
It's a priori. Obviously, if something...
Wait, your concept of an a priori argument is just make assertion.
Well, okay, not everything needs empirical data. Sometimes it's
Wait, but
best
that's
to
not
just
an a
go
priori
on-
argument. You just made assertion.
Look, okay, the a priori argument is look, it's reasonable to assume that if something's illegal, people are not going to do that action.
That's not
because
a
we see
priori.
other illegal. Oh, okay, maybe I don't know what you're laughing at.
It's not a priori. A priori does not have premises.
Look, obviously, a priori can be used in a more expansive notion than
Not really.
just prior to experience or whatever.
A priori literally means without premise, right?
What?
Or without empirical premise. So the way we know that it's reasonable that people will be scared is because we have observed people be scared.
Oh, look, when someone's colloquially using the term a priori, they're not speaking in the strict sense that a lot of philosophers are using a priori. And
Are you not talking, or are we not talking in a philosophic context? Is that what context are we talking?
We're talking in a context of practical ethics. I think when I use a priori, I'm disregarding certain empirical cases.
Okay, if you're not making an empirical case, then I don't care about your case.
So wait, look,
Because you're making it's because the utilitarian claim is an empirical claim.
Oh, look, you can make predictions. This is just a prediction.
Yeah, and your prediction is in contradiction with reality. That's the strongest. That is the strongest response you have to that. Is every example that we've seen of this thrust of data that we have regarding this is in contravention with what you're saying.
Look, I literally have no idea what you're saying there. What contradicts with what I'm saying?
So if you believe that abortions en masse will go down following the illegalization of abortion, you are wrong by all the data that we have.
The illegalization of abortion is like extremely broad in the notion you're using it. Illegalization of abortion could have different severities. So, for example,
I know.
There could be a fine. There could be going to jail for 10 years.
But you don't have any data on any of that.
Look, okay, I mean, obviously, it's reasonable to say that if somebody's going to go to jail for 10 years for getting abortion, people are obviously going to stop acting in a particular manner.
It's actually interesting. We don't see that relationship between crime and punishment.
In what country have they sent people to prison for getting abortions?
Wait, I mean, they have before.
In what country?
The USSR was illegal at a certain point.
Yeah, but that wasn't mentioned in any of the studies you were giving me.
No, I know, but like, I don't know what you're talking about. Also, we don't see this. This wasn't the argument I was making. Is you asked me a strange question and I answered with a strange way.
Well, you
but one second, Julian. Also, the relationship generally between crime and punishment is not that clear. I would disagree with that axiom as well. We don't see murder rates go down when we increase punishment. We don't. Like there's a huge amount of studies on this. People don't stop killing even when we increase punishment. So this relationship that you're saying is just like obviously and super intuitive, and no, it's not. It seems to be in contravention with what we actually observe.
Well, yes and no, because first of all, obviously no one's denying that in certain cases in which you increase punishment, same amount of crimes are going to happen anyway. But typically these crimes, like murder, already have big punishments to begin with. So if someone's going to commit murder and you increase the punishment, they probably were already going to commit that anyway. Now, if we're talking about abortion, which is not restricted at all, and the biggest punishment people get are these fines or something, if you give 10 years of jail time, I do think that's going to have a significant impact.
Okay, then show me the data.
Having abortions. So,
but I'm going to cycle you out for Glock because this is just becoming annoying. Julian, if you have another argument that actually can be made a priori, talk to me. What's up, Glock?
There's no way you drop Julian for me to come up. I'll just.
I only talk to one. Oh, are you pro-choice?
No.
Oh, okay. I only talk to like one person at a time generally.
I would have waited. I mean, does Julian want to come back up? I'll drop and re-request.
Oh no, I'm done with Julian. Our discussion was kind of over anyway, because he wasn't making imperial arguments in the first place, and also like his actual argument he made to abortion ended in a practical discussion to which he had no practical arguments. So I basically conceded on the arguments that he was making because I agree with them. It wasn't really a concession. It was more so just like, yeah, if we accept this metaphysics, then like, fine. But Glock, what's your position?
Interesting. I mean, I'm obviously against abortion. I think the last time I talked to you, I may have brought up, I think we had some conversation about maybe flow and causal, but I probably would. I mean, I haven't talked about causal probably since that conversation.
That's good.
Think that's something I would invoke. But a similar argument to, I don't know what Julian told you, but it might be similar. Yeah.
Okay. Like I'll just ask the general question. Why do you think it's justified for a government to like force women to give their body to someone they don't want to? In this case.
Yeah, it's a very loaded question. I mean,
Is it loaded? Where is it wrong?
Sorry?
Is it loaded? Where is it wrong?
I don't know that loaded implied that it was wrong. But
I'm biased. Whatever. I mean, I think we're talking about the use of state violence here. So force is accurate.
Okay, sorry, am I able to respond? I wasn't really sure.
Yeah, I was done speaking, Glock.
Okay, because I'm going to let you know now that the interruption shit that you do with Julian isn't going to fly here, so you can drop me if you feel that I'm over-talking.
You're happy to leave if you feel like I'm being disrespectful of you.
No, you can. I'm just saying, you interrupt Julian and he allows it. It's not going to happen.
I
This
did.
conversation.
Okay. Then you can leave
Okay.
if you feel disrespected.
No, I don't.
Okay, then
I don't
I'm
yet,
I'm just making
right,
I'm
but-
just making you extraordinarily clear. You're free to leave when you feel disrespected. I saw you
Okay.
bitching and moaning in the comments. Me and Julian had a functional conversation where we both spoke. But
I was laughing at your followers who were like not really understanding what Julian was saying. I never laughed at you.
no, I just saw you bitching and moaning, not laughing.
I was bitching and moaning at the people in your comments that didn't know what the
That's fine,
conversation
Glock.
was
Do you want to
about.
make your argument?
Yeah, so I was trying to respond, but when you say, I mean, I think I remember the question. There's a couple of things. I think I take into consideration the moral status of the fetus. And so my preferences strongly align with, saving the fetus or, I mean, I guess it depends on the circumstance, but in most cases, choosing the fetus over restricting autonomy is what I would, what I would obviously vote in accordance with.
Okay,
So
so
maybe the moral status of the fetus, we can start there.
okay. I mean, I think I'm happy to start from a place where we consider the fetus a life worth considering, equivalent to like a life outside the womb. That's fine. I don't really care.
I'm not sure if that is. I don't know if we mean the same thing. We were saying it's equivalent because maybe we have to go through some cases about, people who are born, or I don't know what criteria you have when you're saying that the fetus is of moral status, but it's permissible to get an abortion, in virtue of what?
By merit of not forcing women to give their body to someone they don't want to.
Okay, and then maybe we'll need to get clear on that because the thing that usually follows is going through cases of infants that have certain claims to resources. So how does that follow there?
Yeah, so I mean, you can make that argument. I'm just saying, prima facie, creating a child doesn't give you this obligation to give your bodily resources to it. Generally, I think there are things that could give this obligation, no doubt. I think there are even
Right.
parental obligations that could give this obligation, and I can argue as to why. I can argue a consistent like parental framework where you say, okay, yeah, this is the laws for childhood neglect, whatever, and then these are the laws for why the extent of child neglect, and these are the laws for why we don't extend that to forcing someone to give a liver or forcing someone to give a kidney or blood or whatever. And therefore, we shouldn't also force them to give, things that go through the umbilical cord, etc., in the womb.
I'm not sure that I'm clear on the response, but I guess
you didn't
could
really
you
ask
just
a
give me
question.
a symmetry breaker between because maybe I'm not understanding. Is it easy just to give me a symmetry breaker between the case in which the fetus doesn't have a claim to certain resources in virtue of not forcing the mother to do so, but it would hold consistent outside of utero?
So I think the child might have the exact same claims. So I think, right, stem cells are transferred in utero. I don't think the child outside the womb has the right to stem cells. So
That seemed like again maybe that's what was the symmetry breaker. What was it there?
there wasn't. They're just different situations. So and you're not saying anything specific. I think children are like parents may be obliged to give some resources to their children. That depends on the specific situation you're talking about and the specific pregnancy you're talking about as well. I can't really give you a symmetry breaker to a hypothetical you don't make. So
Okay,
talk about
I
something
don't mind laying
specific.
out a hypothetical. I was laying out. Look, I think you kind of knew what I was asking, but if a hypothetical helps, that's fine. So I think the last time we spoke, I mentioned the whole Snowden thing, and I was really trying to draw in the fact that you can view breast milk as a similar source in which something that maybe it's something different than like just using your energy to or pick up your child or walking over to call someone to pick up your child. I think breast milk is maybe in a different category. And so I guess just consider that hypothetical where there's no formula, you're snowed in, and you need to give your resources or the infant will die.
Yeah, so I think by and large you gain an obligation to an infant when you take them away from an opportunity to go to the state. So I've no issue with breast milk. Because by and large what you did as a pregnant mother is you moved away from a place where you could call, social services, you could call whatever them, you could call the grocery store to give you them. And therefore you deprived it of this opportunity. I don't know if you've heard the argument of forestalling, but you deprived it of an opportunity and therefore you have this obligation, right? So you
That's
deprived
a-
it of opportunity for social services to come over. You deprived it of opportunity for a neighbor to come over and give you services, and therefore you have to fulfill that opportunity you deprived them of, even if that includes right giving parts of your body. Right. There was
Yeah,
no
this seems like a
there was no
very weak.
sorry
Oh,
if you're gonna
okay. Go ahead.
if you're going to the mother didn't deprive the fetus of any opportunity when she created it, so no similar obligation comes. So I can contextualize a huge amount of child neglect cases, obligations to children outside the womb, as deprivation of opportunity and therefore obligation, whereas we can't do the same thing to the fetus.
Yeah, I'm not understanding what obligation is doing there when it's just being indexed to certain, social things that are set up. So, I guess if you isolate all of those variables, right, when we're trying to figure out why it's wrong to kill someone, I think an answer that's not doing explanatory work is that, it might hurt other people's feelings, or there'd be less people in society to do, perform some function. I think when you refer to society, it doesn't have much explanatory power. Just take society away, and what would make killing wrong in that context.
But we're not talking
So
about whether killing's wrong.
I correct. Thank you for that. Well, I was trying to draw in the point that in that case, that's not really explaining anything. If I'm trying to show, what obligations you have to do or not do to other people, and I just index that to certain societal functions, and I think that's not explaining things to people.
But it
So I don't
is
know
your
how this is
obligations are
explanatory.
indexed to societal functions. Like I'm saying you have this obligation because the societal function you deprive them of it. So like if I knock over someone's mailbox and they don't get their social security check, right? I could be obliged to pay that social security check because I deprived them of this social function, right? So deprivation of social function of things they would get otherwise, social function or not, can give you a personal obligation of like reprimand.
Okay. I think, yeah, then maybe I don't think I was clear with my response. I'll try to think of a different way to word it. If you were to take these things away such that they didn't exist, so you're in a society in which you don't have the certain aids that you're kind of listing, where the mother can do this before she takes her infant away from society where all these resources are, stored. I'm asking, in that case, is there an obligation to do so, considering you don't have these options? The point is to isolate the variables to see what would actually be wrong if she didn't do that.
That's really well. So this is really interesting. Once again, we're not talking about whether it's wrong or whether it's right. We're talking about what the law and society should do. And my
So I'm talking about
genuine,
obligation.
once again, really interesting position on interrupting here.
Oh, well, I think interrupting is fine if it's being, your views being mischaracterized. I want to be clear that I'm talking about obligations.
Yeah, you keep using the language of right or wrong.
Correct.
Different from legal obligations, yeah?
Right. What do you think when you're using language like should, or, they should do this, they don't have to do that, there's no obligation, right? You're using moral language, just want to be clear. So,
But right or wrong is different than, like, I would say should can be used in a legal sense. Right or wrong can't really. But maybe that's just a semantic distinction between you and
I
I.
think
That's
a
fine.
semantic dispute. I think that's a semantic point that a lot of people would not support.
That's fine.
Continue.
Okay, so like my actual position is I don't really know the basis of child neglect laws if there is no other option for these parents, right? So if adoption doesn't exist or a social safety net doesn't exist, or a neighbor that would take care of them doesn't exist, I don't know how we index child neglect laws. I don't know what a parent's obligation to them would look like. I don't think it makes any sense for a state who is not offering any social services, who is not making any alternative to these children, to set an arbitrary bar for what parents have to be obliged to do. Because ultimately, that would just make poor people neglectful at some point. Like, it doesn't really make any sense to have that. You can't objectively define this bar because this bar has been changing throughout all of society. And the current bar for what child neglect is in America, a relatively wealthy nation, by comparison to like Rwanda or like Nigeria or Niger, relatively poor nations, are different, right? The medical care you have to pay for, the level of food quality you have to pay for, etc., just are different. So there is no objective one. It's all comparative. So I think how it is based is you deprive them of this opportunity. The only reason the state can say, hey, that's wrong, hey, you shouldn't do, or hey, we're going to come after you for doing this, is because they offered something else, you denied it to them, and then you have to fulfill it. Yeah, so I do think that this is made comparative, and I know I use more languages because that was language we were speaking in, but I didn't mean to use that. Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to be clear that when the hypothetical was put on the table, that ultimately you're unsure if these if child neglect laws didn't exist and there were these social aids to help mothers and such, that you're actually unsure if there would be an obligation to give your resources. You're unsure.
Sorry, let me just correct you there. If the child neglect laws didn't exist, there would be no legal obligation. Yeah, if the laws didn't exist that gave an obligation, there would be no legal obligation. Yeah, no shit. I assumed it was a more intelligent question.
Oh, well, let me tell you that we're not that interested in talking about what our laws currently reflect. Or I think.
But you just gave a hypothetical about, but like, we're trying to justify why these laws should be this way. Yeah.
Right.
And I'm saying but this is I thought the question was a little more intelligent than that. The fact that there are child neglect laws, have nothing to do with whether there should be an obligation. The fact that there is a social safety net, right, or adoption, or safe haven laws do have to do with whether I believe the state has a right or a say in having this obligation. Right, like Glock, I'll ask you this. So I'm saying I think I index my child neglect. I say I index my child neglect on the basis of what the state or what the private alternative is. Right, that's how I index my child neglect obligation. Glock, how do you?
I'm sorry, there was a question that's on the table, and maybe I'll respond to that after. So I want to be clear that the question
you're not not interested in having a two-way discussion, Glock?
I'm interested in my questions being answered, and then I'm interested in answering questions.
Okay, so I answered your question. I index my child neglect obligations on the basis of what the state or private alternative did.
That wasn't the question.
Okay.
I'm not interested in what you index child neglect laws to. I'm interested in if these social aids didn't exist, right? These things that you were referring to, in which there would be some obligation considering these things exist, right? You have these resources. Thus, you have an obligation to the infant because you could have done X, Y, and Z. If X, Y, and Z aren't present, should there be an obligation or not?
So do I believe this is the question of whether there should be child neglect laws? Like, that's the obligation that we're talking about. Yes?
I mean, well, okay, let's be clear. So I guess, okay, if you're talking a legal context.
That's all I'm talking about. Yeah.
Right. So do you think that there should be laws against in which the mother would have some consequence?
These would be child neglect laws.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. When there is no resources, because these resources are doing, the explanatory work with you saying. Are
the obligations you're talking about covered currently by child neglect laws? Like, is that the type of obligation we're talking about?
Okay, so I was in the middle of a sentence. I'm just going to continue what I'm saying. So when I asked you if there was an obligation, you were saying yes, because when you remove, the infant from society, in which there's all these resources set up to help, then you do have an obligation. You kind of opt into this obligation. And I'm saying if those resources, I just want to be clear, if those resources aren't available or don't exist, should there be an obligation such that there'd be consequences if the mother did not feed her infant and let her infant die?
Yeah, so this is why these are 1 second. Okay. Okay. Are you done with your question?
The question is it a yes, no, or maybe? I want to be clear.
I haven't answered your question. Yeah.
You have not answered?
I mean my facial expressions weren't an answer.
I wasn't looking at the screen. I'm just curious, is it a yes, no, or a maybe?
I think you would have to argue that justification. The justification I provide.
No, the question. No. The question requires a yes, no, maybe, or maybe I don't want to answer.
It depends on the specific situation you're talking in. I'd love to give a nuance. So Glock, I've already said that
this is a dodge.
Glock.
By the way.
What?
I just want to be clear that this is a complete dodge because the answer.
It's not a dodge.
Requires a very simple
answer.
Right.
It doesn't. Then you can explain. I don't think. So, it depends how we justified it. Do I believe that they should have to provide some food, right, on some level to anyone that's needy on breast milk, specifically?
No, in the very beginning of the hypothetical, I said
but you haven't. Okay, so in this society where there are no social safety nets, at all, there's no anything. Could we justify giving breast milk? Do I think that depends the form of the society, because I don't even think I think in that society property laws would look different. So maybe we could justify it on the basis of tax. but I don't even think that would fall under tax. So if it doesn't fall under tax and it doesn't fall under a forbearance argument, no, I think I typically wouldn't say that the state has the right to say that they have to give breast milk or whatever.
Okay, so you wouldn't think that it's wrong if the state, there weren't any set consequences if a mother just didn't feel like breastfeeding her child such that her infant died. You think that would be something you would advocate for?
Well,
if those
Glock, once
social nets
again,
weren't available.
I think there's no other way to index childcare. You could maybe say that we tax everyone some amount, and that form of tax could include buying formula. And then when you take away, actually, let's do that. Yeah, that looks more accurate. So we have some form of tax that we provide everyone. But the reason I gave that answer specifically to the mother giving breast milk is we generally wouldn't oblige everyone to do it. What we would generally oblige everyone to do would be to give some amount of money to like a general pot that would then be done. But if they're doing Social Security privately, right, then I think that they have to give a certain amount of money to like every child that's in front of them. I think that's fine. I think we can include maybe breast milk if you deny the opportunity of a child to be a beneficiary of even your private Social Security. So maybe breast milk, but certainly not like prolonged childcare. Right. I think like plenty of children could be neglected by our standard currently under this standard. Right. Like I do actually have an extreme position on this Glock, which is that I don't think you can justify modern child neglect laws without a social safety net. I think a lot of children would die if we didn't have a social safety net. And I don't think that we should engage in that. So Glock, I've answered your question. I'd love you to answer mine. How do you index child neglect cases? What do you index your obligations of parents to children?
Oh yeah. I mean, we have very different moral frameworks, so I don't think that you're really going to like this answer. But I think that when we're using moral language, such as talking about obligations,
I'm talking about the law should say.
Correct. We have a very different background, so I'm trying to just walk through it. Is that even when I'm using should in a legal context, or I'm referring to some kind of social obligations, I think that all bottoms down to moral obligations. And I think all I'm doing there is talking about my preferential states. So maybe I can give you reasons that you might agree with, or reasons that you don't, but those reasons are just indexed to preferences.
Did you answer my question?
Yes, I did. So
just so your answer is just what you prefer them to be obliged to give.
I think that, well, hold on. Yes, and some of those preferences, look, you can give reasons to believe, you can kind of intuition pump and talk about other principles that you might share with the person you're talking to. But at the end of the day, I think when you use moral language, that's all you're talking about.
Great. So like, okay, so do you think there's really, okay, then it wasn't a very specific answer, but I guess it was in a sense an answer. When we're talking about this, right, I'm talking about the law, I should say, and like what the functions of a state are. I think the functions of a state are quite divorced from what we should, like, mine comes from a complex theory of what a state is and how it functions and how laws work. Your comes from basically completely ignoring the distinction or difference between moral preferences, moral obligations, and laws from how I view it. That's a critique that I haven't yet made, but that's my observation that we can go into more.
That might slightly be true, but I do want to say that there's certain things in my moral framework where, I don't think that cheating on your partner is good, but I don't think that you should go to jail for cheating on your partner. So there's going to be some strength to the preferences in which you think that, it really impacts you such that you'd want it not.
Is it just about strength of the preferences?
Yeah, probably just how strong the intuition is. I have...
Really? Example, like, I'm very sure that cheating on your partner is bad, but I'm not so sure that stealing from Walmart is bad. But, like, most people would agree with me that stealing from Walmart should be illegal. Not just because it's bad, just because, like, our legal framework and, like, the whole entire rights of property, etc., are built upon it. So does it look like that, or does maybe the structure of law have a bit more complicated relationship with, like, the use of force?
It could have more of a complicated relationship. I don't come from some, political or legal background. I don't, read legal literature or anything. I'm into philosophy, obviously, but I'm just kind of saying that for me specifically, when I'm voting, that's just in accordance with what I want to see. And what I want to see is just,
But you're talking about the use of force.
Cultural background. Sorry?
But you're talking about the use of force, yeah. So it's like it's your preferences as it relates to the use of force. So you really need to justify that use of force. It doesn't seem that you have a strong justification between your own
What do you
personal
mean by
moral preferences on what
justification?
you would do and the use of force against
I
other
think we're
people.
using justification in a very different way. So when you're asking me to justify that, what are you saying?
You're not like when you think about your moral preferences, you consider the question, should I do this thing and should I force others to do this thing very similarly?
I'm sorry, because I'm actually trying to understand what you're saying, and so an example isn't going to be helpful. Do you mind telling me what you mean by justify there? Like, what are you looking for?
I'm literally just saying, like, justification is how you address the question. So when you talk about
Oh,
your
yeah,
moral
okay.
preferences,
Like
right?
reasons. Just give me reasons.
Whatever. Like, you're obviously an intuitionist, right? Or you're like, it's an intuitionism perspective. And your justifications are just this seems to align with my intuitions more. That's fine, right? Um, and that applies specifically to moral principles and moral applications. But it seems that there's a line here. But anyway, this gets away from the actual point at hand, which is when we're talking about child neglect. My intuitions tell me that I should owe everyone food if they come knocking on my door. I think that's a really good thing to do, right? And I don't think the fact that I created someone or created a child gives me more obligations to them, at least in a way that's more morally relevant, right? So the difficulty here is, Glock, is don't you think that it's generally a good thing to feed everyone?
Yeah, it's generally a good thing that everyone's fed.
Okay, and you think it would generally be a good thing for like a mother to give breast milk to any random child?
Yeah, it's generally good to do that. Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. Exactly. Is like it's generally good to give breast milk to any random child, but would it be generally good for the law to make it illegal for them not to give breast milk? To like force them to give breast milk to every random child?
I don't think they should be legally forced to give breast milk to every random child.
But we're pretty damn sure that it's a good thing to give breast milk to every random child.
Right, and I hope that I wasn't implying that, that it's kind of black and white in my moral framework, that it's, it's good and it should be legally permissible, it's bad, it should be illegally permissible. I wasn't saying that.
No, but I know. But what's the difference? Like, where do you draw? Like, we think it's morally bad to not give breast milk to everyone. Cool. But we think it's legally should be enforced that we only give breast milk to what our biological children. Does it really have to do with biology? Does it really have to do with creating the child? What does it really have to do with that you think makes this moral distinction? Because by and large, I don't typically buy the distinctions between those two. I think there is a distinction when we make a deference argument, right? When we say I kidnapped this child and I maybe owe them some stuff that I denied them. Right? I move them away from opportunities and I owe them stuff that I denied them. That's where I think child neglect laws come in, right? But I think if we're not going to massively increase this, like what I call tax, right? So I say like everyone kind of living in society should like pay into a common pot to just do good, some amount. If we're not going to massively increase that, which you and I seem to agree that like my breast milk shouldn't be part of that tax, then I don't see any other justification for those distinctions. Do you see what I mean?
Again, and by justification, you're just talking about reasons. So
differences, factors that are compelling. Yeah.
Yeah, so that are compelling is doing a lot of work there because we completely disagree. So anything that I say, I mean, it's expected that it's not going to be compelling to you and vice versa. So I don't think that's what justified means when I'm saying that, my view's justified, I'm just giving reasons.
But how you convince me is by showing the extremity of anti-intuitions that I would have to accept.
So. That's why I think I actually think it's funny when people say things like, oh, that's a reductio. It's like a reductio to who? I mean, you just don't agree with it, but the person who just said it agrees with it. So I don't really know what that means there, but maybe that's just...
Then arguments don't exist?
Of course they exist. I mean, they could just be compelling or not.
Okay, compelling personally. Okay, cool. I mean, yeah, I'm just asking you to provide what you find compelling, and then I'm going to try and like poke holes in why maybe it's inconsistent internally, right? Or not compelling to me, and we compare arguments. Yeah, I'm trying to get at that. What is that factor that you think gives this mother, say, we should throw her in jail if she doesn't give breast milk or pay a fine or whatever, but we shouldn't if it's a random child, right? What is that distinction?
The distinction, I mean, probably is going to be a couple of factors. There might be some biological influence there, even some cultural influence. I mean, maybe there could be some. Actually, I don't know. I think those two are probably doing more of the explanatory stuff there.
Do you think we should generally
But
base our
it's
laws on like
possible.
our individual cultures? Do you think that's a good habit to get into as a society?
No, and that was not an entailment of what I said.
But it was. So no. So I'm asking you what the distinction
I'm not
is.
laying out a principle, right? I'm giving you a distinction, and that's just to be clear that that's not some principle I'm invoking. I mean, that's a whole different conversation.
Like, okay, we are discussing nothing if we're not discussing principles
If
that
I'm
can be
like-
applied.
Sorry?
We're discussing nothing if we're not discussing principles that can be applied.
Well, no, that's just a mistake on your end if you're kind of assuming I'm making some general principle here, because that's not what I'm doing.
Then you're saying
I-
nothing of value. You're saying this is why,
that's not
this is
value
what
follow.
has led me personally, right, to consider this. This has nothing to do with you. This shouldn't be compelling to you. This shouldn't be,
I
this
didn't
isn't
say
an
it shouldn't be compelling to you. I said it's likely to not compel you. That's what I
Okay,
said.
then why, okay.
Right, because I want to be clear that I think a lot of these conversations on TikTok are confused at the basic.
But the way you want to conduct them is useless. Unless you tell me how you want to conduct them.
Then
Like, what
then
way do you want to conduct them that
maybe
you think is
Pride
helpful?
Ethics is just a meme, and we're just kind of memeing up here. Maybe that is probably true. I mean, we're probably not really saying much.
But I think you're
Yeah,
saying
people-
nothing of
People
value.
watch this for entertainment, right? They don't think that you're saying something groundbreaking or that I'm saying that either. So, really, we're just talking about a difference in preferences. But I'll tell you that when someone gives you a response, it's actually uncharitable, and I don't think you're doing it in a bad way. But I think it's uncharitable to assume that they're making some kind of universal, general principle that's going to apply in other cases. That doesn't follow.
I mean, I'm asking if you want to get into a habit. I didn't assume that it was a universal principle. I assumed that it was a factor that you think it's relevant to consider in legal cases generally because you applied it to a legal case. And how
Well,
we
no,
do this is you
because
say,
you said-
hey, I think this is important, making a distinction between these two things, right, in the legal context. I'm going to say, okay, do we generally want to do that? I don't think that's uncharitable. I think that's a natural consequence of it, right? If I said, hey, we should treat legally people this way because they are white and this way because they're black, right? That would require some justification on my side to justify that I'm not talking in a general principle and that there's actually a difference. If it really came down to, yeah, we should it really has literally to do with their skin color, that's an interesting point. But that is also still a general principle. We talk in general principles. We talk in factors that we care about in context that we care about. So
Right,
if we
well,
don't
it
think
being
we
context
if we
dependent goes, I mean, it being context dependent doesn't sound super compatible to making general assumptions about what someone else is
but
saying.
the context is legality.
No, under legality, it's going to be context dependent. What are we exactly talking about?
Exactly, and those are the qualifiers that you need to provide.
Qualifiers. Qualifiers as in the distinction that I was talking about earlier.
Those are the qualifiers to whatever you're saying. If you're going to say something and say, okay, I think we should do it this way because of this, right? I'm going to try and make a comparison and say, okay, should we do it this way because of that same thing? I think that's super fair, and I think that's how every Socratic argument ever for the past 600 years has worked.
Yeah, maybe maybe we're in totally different spheres. I mean, the people that I, talk to, that would be probably an uncharitable interpretation, and you would ask if, what their normative view is. You wouldn't just make that assumption. Because I feel like what's happening is
But you're making normative views, and you're providing reasons that you hold those normative views.
Well, no. I'm using normative language, which is true, but I haven't given you any normative view, and so assuming I'm making
Should abortion be
principles-
illegal?
Sorry. I think you don't understand, so I was trying to explain that I'm using normative language, but I haven't laid out any normative view. So that there's a difference between those two.
A single normative claim is a normative view.
Okay, maybe we're talking about normative view very differently then. I'm talking I don't think you want to get into the lawsuit. It's just
No, but
more
a
different.
normative view, if I make even one prescriptive statement, that is a normative view.
I'm using that different. I'm using normative view in terms of, normative view in philosophy. An example of that would be, if you're a utilitarian.
Yeah, you're talking about a greater normative framework. You even did set out a greater normative framework.
Okay, sorry, what normative framework did I set out?
You set out, at least in part, right, something that generally looked like intuitionism. Because you said when we talk about normative
That's not a
statements,
normative view.
that is a normative view.
Intuitionism, no. Ethical intuitionism, if that's what you're referring to, is a view by Michael Huemer in metaethics. It's
I don't
about,
have to get into super specific things. You made
that's not a normative view. That you actually said something false. So if you retract that, I don't mind moving on.
what? That is, first of all, that
Intuitionism is not a normative view. It's a meta-ethical view.
meta-ethical views are normative views, bro.
That is, sorry. Why do you think that?
Why do
What
I
do you
think that? Because you,
meta-ethics and normative ethics are?
sorry, normative ethics can be built upon meta-ethics.
Well, that's not the same claim now. So
Wait, so when you make a view that is directly intertwined.
Is intuitionism a view in normative ethics, yes or no?
Sorry, one second. When I say it's a normative view, I mean that it impacts your normative statements. Your meta-ethics very clearly impact your normative statements. I'm not talking in super restricted philosophic terms, okay? Right, what I'm talking in is a normative view, right, is one that is prescriptive, right, is one that makes a normative statement about reality. Meta-ethical claims aid you in doing so and are built upon that. That is a normative framework. Okay?
That is,
you can make another hyper-specific distinction, right, between certain types of philosophy. That's fine, and words have different meanings in different contexts. Okay?
Yeah, a really bad look is to, mischaracterize popular views in philosophy, just like categories.
I'm not talking
say that language is subjective, therefore, you had a point.
I never said that it was subjective.
I'm responding to what you said. I let you talk. Okay. When people talk about meta-ethics, they're talking about usually the nature of the terms that you're using. So, for example, is there going to be a fact of the matter when you're discussing moral propositions? So you talk about intuitionism, actually is a view by Humer saying that we have epistemic access to some moral facts, at least. That has actually nothing to do with making a normative claim and saying that what you should do is based off of some normative view.
Once again, I never said it was subjective. I said that words have different meanings in different contexts. And when I say normative view, I'm not referencing a strict academic philosophic context. That's not how we're speaking.
If not philosophical context, then what context?
Not strict academic philosophical context.
I'm talking about but in a weak way, so like no philosophers support it type of way?
I'm talking in what we're talking on, which is a TikTok live using colloquial understandings of certain words. Right, and when I say normative view, I mean a prescriptive understanding.
Oh,
and when we're talking about a view in general, when we talk about
a priori wrong.
What?
You said that Julian, you were very, very stuck on Julian using the a priori in a different way, so I'm confused.
I'm not using it in a different way. I said he was using it incorrectly, even by what the context he meant, because he was talking incorrectly in the context he meant. Because he was attempting to engage in a larger academic connotation of the use, and then he changed the context, and I actually dropped it.
So when you were saying incorrect, you were saying he was contradicting himself. You weren't saying that he was using the term in a notion that you didn't understand.
I would never use incorrect in that meaning.
Oh, sorry. Those are two options.
Those aren't the two options.
I gave you two options. I said, were you saying that he was contradicting himself, or were you saying he was using it in a notion you didn't understand?
I would never say the second one, more so the first one.
Okay, so you're saying that he laid out some definition and the definition contradicted itself.
No, what I said was that within the context he was using it, a larger academic context, that is not how it would generally be used within that context. It's incorrect in that context.
He was using it incorrect in a larger academic context?
Yes.
Just to be clear. Okay, and then I'm going to tell you that you using how you describe meta-ethics and normative ethics is incorrect in a larger academic context.
Yes, and the reason I'm saying it's not incorrect is because I didn't use it in that context.
Okay, so you're using philosophical terms and views that, if I walked up to someone on the street and I said, are you an intuitionist or not? And they'd have no idea what I'm talking about. You're using it in a way where they would understand.
What I'm using it in is when I say view, I actually specifically defined what I meant by view. Right? So I don't even have to use it in a larger context or even a smaller context. I specifically defined it. You understood specifically what I meant by view, and by that definition and prescription and description of view, right? Metaethics is a normative view because it is an underlying framework upon which certain normative claims are made. So
that I don't grant that. That would require an argument, but I don't know if you actually want to get into that because I don't grant that at all.
You don't think that normative claims oftentimes are built upon meta-ethical claims?
oftentimes are built upon. No, I think that you can have.
You don't
good
think people
reasons.
premise? No, you can have multiple possible metaethical claims for one normative claim, but you don't think people often premise
Multiple
normative
metaethical
claim. You
claims.
don't think that no, multiple possible metaethical frameworks that can be premised into a normative claim, but you don't think that people premise metaethical claims when making normative claims?
I literally have no idea what you're talking about. No, I mean I don't. I
Right.
don't
So
even know
when
what
we
you're
say
saying.
when
Maybe
we're
I'm
talking about what we mean or how we derive, right, a certain ethical framework or how we derive a certain fact of reality or in what way we are talking, right? You don't think people go on to talk in a certain way that is derivative of that way?
Well, that's those are two different claims. So you can have a conversation in which at some point the conversation turns into the nature of the language that you're using. But that's not that could be completely irrelevant to having a
It
discussion
could
about
be.
what you should do.
It could be, right? But often, and what I said was when we're talking about view, right? I'm saying a larger framework underlying or relating to, this is exactly what I said, look, or relating to a normative claim. And very often when people are talking about a normative claim, underlying or relating to that, they are talking about a certain understanding of what, how, and in what way they are talking about.
How and what way? That's not again. That's not necessarily what metaethics is getting at. I mean, you can have a conversation about how society should look and what you should do, and really have. You could be totally agnostic on if there's some fact of the matter between.
I'm where you
certain moral
could be
propositions. I think
agnostic. What
that's
I'm
just
saying is
irrelevant.
that you are not often. And very often people premise metaethical claims on when they're talking about normative claims. But
What do you
Glock,
mean
what I'm
premise?
really in what premise is like as part of the argumentation that they use, right? Implicit or
Oh,
explicit for a
then I
specific.
reject that. Then I reject that people's normative ethical claims are supported by or relevant to oftentimes metaethics. I disagree with that.
Really?
I have no reason to believe that. I don't know. I don't know why I would have reason to believe that. No.
Okay. I mean, I've laid out my clear argument as to why I believe that to be true. I think it's extraordinarily true. The vast majority of people reference some description of what they're talking about, description of how they know any ethical claim to be true, description of the first claim of their ethical claims. They're related. They have to do with each other. But
like applied, like I just want to understand your view more. If things like in applied ethics, like we had a discussion debating veganism, do you think oftentimes that meta ethics is relevant there?
I'd say it's implied into a lot of people's normative ethics, which is immediately obviously relevant. I think you could probably argue down from applied ethics to general normative ethics to a meta-ethical framework, right? Like you could argue all of these things. I don't think a lot of people actively like bring in meta-ethics. I think some fucking Phil bros do. That's really deeply annoying, right? But oftentimes, yeah, it's implicit in a lot of claims.
No, I think that meta ethics is completely irrelevant to most conversations in normative or
You don't think you take meta-ethical premises?
Sorry?
You don't think you take like primary meta-ethical premises?
I think a lot of people are confused on meta ethics. I don't think a lot of people hold strong positions on that because if we're debating
You don't
about
think you take
veganism,
implicit. Like I'm not saying they hold like actively strong metaethical frameworks, right? I'm saying they take implicit metaethical positions.
and implicit is doing what there?
In that it's a necessary fact or a suggested fact by some other normative claim that they made.
Then I even strongly reject that. I really have no reason to believe that that's true or that people are using language that way.
Like when you say you should, okay. I mean, this is just becoming what we use to reserve things. I've defined my terms very, very clearly. If we want to go into how academia uses specific terms or how philosophic academics use their terms, right, we can. It's not terribly interesting, right? And it's not terribly relevant to the conversation because, once again, I specifically defined my terms. You understood what I meant, right? And now we're getting into pedantry and pettiness. Do we want to have an actual argument about? Do we want to have an actual argument about abortion? And you actually set out an argument for why you think it should be illegal that would be compelling to any person.
Yeah, this conversation was very important, though. I want to be clear that again, there's a lot of confusion because you're asking me to justify things earlier and give reasons.
I described to you what I meant by justification.
Right, and I accept reasons, but you said compelling reasons, and I can't guarantee that these reasons will be compelling to you, considering that
I explicitly said all I meant by compelling was what you believe to be compelling to yourself.
Oh, that's a very weird way to. Okay.
I mean, I already said that.
Oh yeah, then I mean, I gave sufficient distinction earlier between the fetus and the infant. I think abortion's wrong because there's, the fetus is of moral status. I think the fetus should be considered a part of our moral community. I value that fetus, stronger than I value, restricting the mother's autonomy. I think that's not going to override the wrongness of killing the fetus. And so, in most cases, abortion is wrong.
Okay. Yeah, I think in most cases abortion is wrong.
Oh, okay.
That's been my Glock. If you had heard me within the first 2 seconds of letting you or Julian up, you would have known that's my position.
I think you said that when we debated on the last live, but I mean, I just think it's wrong enough that I, wouldn't want it permissible legally.
What does it mean to be wrong enough?
Wrong enough is you kind of go through a bunch of cases and you get this, feeling that one is just not good, and it's not good to some extent, some, threshold where you would not want to see it in society, and then you'd have vague cases, and then you have ones that you don't mind seeing.
Are you setting this out as a general principles? Like that's how we generally describe what should be legal or illegal? Is like if it's wrong enough?
Not we. I don't know how anyone else does it, but I mean, that's how I do it.
Okay. Do you have any argument that like as to why I ought to accept this position?
Why you ought to accept this position? I mean, if you don't find, the reasons that I said, or if you don't find the moral status of the fetus, kind of that compelling that you'd vote against it, then I don't think you are going to have reasons. No, you have no reason.
No, I asked if you did. Oh, you're just saying no. I don't have any. You don't have any reason that I ought to like accept like what you're saying to be true, or
well, that doesn't follow. I gave reasons, and I would love for you to hold them. But we kind of had this last conversation: is you're going to find them compelling or not, right? You're very pro-choice. You're probably not going to find these reasons that you've heard before compelling.
But right? Wait, like this is the thing: is like I don't think you actually set out something that would even regard or even be capable of me finding compelling, right? All you said was you think it's wrong enough. Me and you have very different structures as to how the laws work. I don't think that's how we do laws. Like, I don't think it has to do with what's wrong enough, right? But yes. Glock, if your point is not to convince me or provide anything that I even should be convinced by,
yeah. Then why am I up here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because there's 218 people watching, and I think there's some people that are on the fence about abortion, and I think that this could, persuade them, or you could persuade them. So,
but what would they be persuaded by?
Because if you disagreed with me, which most pro-choicers do, talking about the moral status of the fetus, then we can get into the conversation about that. I mean,
you don't have an argument about the actual contentions that I have. So there's nothing. No, there's no point on the defense, or at least like on the fence. Like you said, we could get into discussion, but if we can't get into any other discussion, like when they're on the fence, they agree with me, where they're like, maybe it's wrong and I don't like it, but I don't think that that's how the law should be used, because I generally agree with like freedom. I think like, people can be whatever religion, even if I think that religion's wrong, or they can say whatever they want, even if I think them saying it's wrong, or I don't think forcing blood donations or forcing kidney donations or whatever, I think that's a really good thing to do, but I think it shouldn't be forced, right? So if they're on that position, I don't think you've even like attempted to give it. When I asked what your reasons, you said like it's kind of cultural and like your background, or cultural and one other word that I'm forgetting, and then you said these aren't general principles.
What I'm saying is that I'm not really interested in persuading you. I'm interested in persuading the chat, but I want to tell you that 99% of the pro-choicers I talk to disagree with, even the first part. If I were to, run Flow formally or something, I mean, they would reject everything. It seems like you accept it, but you would just have reasons that override it, right? So that's a very different conversation than people normally have on here. So I can't go into that conversation because you agree.
Wait, then have the different conversation. This is like, I'm asking you why you're up here with this conversation. I'm not asking you why you generally speak about this. Like you just like we just accept, like this is the thing, is like talk about the thing we're talking about.
How am I not doing so? I don't know. What is that a response to?
Is you said, well, what is the fact that, if you ran Flow with other people, it would matter?
Right, because then you can get into some aspects.
But why does that matter in response to like what we're talking about? No one cares. I asked you about what you
see that you don't reject it. Like, what is confusing about that?
But there's no This is once I've accepted. Is there any point in you talking?
Any point in me talking?
Yeah. Once I've accepted it, like we're not having this argument. You're not going to convince anyone. I've accepted that we morally value fetuses.
Okay, then the conversation can, either go two ways. number one, you could, go through reasons that, override the wrongness of killing the fetus, because I don't find any. Or, the conversation ends there. I mean,
Well, it's not that it overrides the wrongness of it. It's that, like, first of all, it can be wrong, and it being wrong is not sufficient for it to be illegal. I've set out why I don't think it's sufficient to be illegal, because by and large, we have illegality on the basis of some taxation obligation, some violation of rights obligation, or some consent and contractual obligation. Those are the general obligations that we have from laws. I think we have this to balance liberty and the value of liberty, and like is a necessary fact of a state that uses force and funds that force by taxation, right? Like we can go into the larger context of state, but like that's my concept of a state. A state is enforcing force on this basis, and therefore pretty much should only require violations of personal rights on the basis of one of these three obligations. The mother's obligation to the fetus doesn't fall within any of these three, and therefore we shouldn't violate the mother's rights. Like that's my general idea. That's the same reason we don't force people to give blood. It's the same reason we don't force people to give kidneys or livers, right? Those seem intuitively compelling that even if it's wrong to not give a kidney or a liver, and even if it's wrong to not give blood, we shouldn't live in a state where we do, because that's not the function.
I'm confused. Okay. I mean, I don't really have much to say back to that, other than when you're saying rights, they don't have a right to do this, or you do have a right to do that. What is right indexed to?
I'm talking about civil rights, so like legal relationships, like natural conclusions from the nature of a state. So when I'm taking that's not the position of a state, I'm saying it's not a natural. It's opposite to the natural conclusion from the nature of the state.
I literally don't know what that means, but okay, I'm just
what
saying.
What part are you confused on?
Like when you're saying that they're indexed to legality. And then I'm asking what that's indexed to, then that's in relationship with some of the things that you named, like a social obligation, for example, right?
So what I said was what legality in this context, like inherent, like, or like, let's see, it's not inherent, but it's a true fact about a state. So when I'm talking about certain things that states should or shouldn't do, I'm talking about what's indexed to their like nature as a state. So they are a thing that is using force against civilians funded by taxes, right? That's what a state is. And so there are certain conclusions from that as to what they should or shouldn't do. So.
Yeah, I don't know what inherent is doing there, because I don't understand.
Well, I explicitly took back the term inherent. So okay. I mean that's pure pedantry.
No, I'm just saying then that makes the statement confusing. If you take that back, then I might understand it.
I did take it back.
I guess I just don't have an idea of what you're saying, but I guess that's fine.
Okay. If you don't have a competing concept of the state to describe it, like there is no argument to be had, then yeah, that's fine.
There's no argument against whatever you're saying. I just said that it was incoherent to me. I didn't understand what you were saying. So
then you can ask questions about it.
I don't grant that there is an argument.
I mean, you can ask questions about it to understand it, but I mean, if you're saying I don't know what you said, so I don't think it's an argument. Like you just don't understand. That's fine. Ask questions about it then.
On what right means there, because you're
saying I explicitly said it. What did you not understand about it?
And that's indexed to the nature of the state. Again, I don't know. I don't know what that means.
You don't. Okay, ask a more like coherent question on it. I've tried to explain to you what like a nature of a state is. So it's a thing that has a monopoly of force over certain people, right? As paid for by taxes, right? And so when they do that, by and large, you only have an obligation under blank, blank, and blank, right? And we generally have liberty, because otherwise would be contradiction to a state. So like states can't function as states without like certain principles, because they would fail. So.
Yeah, I thought maybe honestly that I wasn't tracking something, but there's like many people in the chat that don't understand what you're saying. So I mean, I think it's I don't know. I'll try to think about what you're saying, and something. It sounds like some like spooky, majestical shit. Like
it's like very basic political theory.
Sorry.
It's like very basic political theory.
It's very basic. I don't know why many people.
Because a lot of people don't understand basic political theory. No, like political theory is like a niche area of knowledge. That's fine, but it is just really basic political theory. Yeah.
Right. I guess I'm trying to see if that's all that it is, then I don't understand really the relationship there. I think that maybe you're not saying much. It's kind of similar to when I tell you I'm talking about things that are, rights would be indexed to my preferences, and you're like, oh, well, you're not saying much. I mean, if it's just indexed to these things, then I don't really understand either.
Well, when we're talking about the state should or shouldn't do, the nature of the state and the a state not being able to do something if it violates certain principles is very relevant to it.
What are those the principles? What are those principles indexed to?
The like for example, I don't believe a state should never tax anyone. Because it would cease to be a state if it never taxed anyone. So like a state, as long as we think a state should exist, okay, there are certain facts that have to be true about it in order for it to continue.
That's just some criteria. That's just a criteria that comes from what?
The definition of a state. And when we're talking about laws, what we mean is state enforced violence.
Yeah, I guess this is confusing to me because, I mean, the state can look any way. I mean, that's just definitionally true. I mean, you could just make some criteria. We could have a different criteria, and that would be a state. So I think that's not doing, again, explanatory power, showing me the relationship between, what's good or bad when you're talking about people have a right to do so. I know
I'm using rights as a relational to a state. Yes, I mean I've defined my terms very clearly. I'm not using a morally loaded usage of the term right. I'm using like a very clear. I defined very clearly what I mean by a right, right? And you're saying it's not morally loaded. Correct, it's not morally loaded.
Oh no, I mean that might be weaker than just me saying my preferences because I don't really know what's so special about taking or granting these rights. Sorry, I mean it's just going to be definitionally true based off of whatever criteria you give to define a state. I mean,
but the thing is like laws as we understand them can't it comes down to laws as we understand them can't function without this. And if we start changing the criteria and messing with the criteria, we get other vices that we don't want. So this is how
doing a lot of work there.
No, but it's not though, Glock. But oh, what are you? Hello?
Yeah.
There we are. You cut out for a second.
Is that just indexed to the majority?
No, Glock. It has to do with like natural consequences of like what would happen if we changed the nature of the state, and like both you and I would agree like on certain consequences being generally poor. Like if we couldn't maintain some type of monopoly of violence, I would hope that you and I would generally agree that's not a good thing. So if we can do weighing here is like if it threatens the end of a.
So it is majority, no? Because again, who's determining what if these would be good or bad consequences?
We would have a discussion about what our intuitions say about it.
Okay, majority, correct?
No, Glock. No. I'm saying like even if I adopt your moral framework or adopt your moral like descriptions and say generally we think anarchy is not something both you and I want. If that's the way we're speaking when we talk about preferences or when we talk about moralisms or we talk about should or should not, okay, I'm going to engage in the same thing. So no, not majority. Glock, it's an argument between you and I. It's a discussion between you and I.
I'm asking, right, but hold on, because we're talking about these rights, okay, what we're allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do are going to be indexed to the state, right? And the state's just how, you kind of define it. And it comes with these like principles attached to the term. And so I'm saying, how do we know, or maybe not how do we know, that's kind of a bad question. It's just, I'm determining how do we decide what would be good or bad under that, considering there could be many criteria we can go based off of.
So I would make a proposition that this would be good, right? And I would say that that's in line with like my intuitions about what is good or like a larger moral framework or whatever. And then we would have a discussion about that moral framework.
Okay, because I just
like obviously, right? That's how like every applied, like we're making an applied ethical argument here, and that's how every single one does. Is you apply a position, you talk about the practicalities and like implications of the practicalities, right? And then you go back to the larger framework.
Right, but I think this is interestingly compatible with all the stuff I was talking about earlier about preferences and stuff like that. But okay, interesting. I think I understand a little bit more.
That's good.
Cool. Well, I mean, I don't have anything else to say, really.
Okay.
All right. It was nice chatting with you. Thanks.
GG, Queens. Will got ate up and pissed on. Hot. Hey, Queen.
Hey, so that was a really interesting one right before I came up.
It was mildly tolerable. Yeah. Are you pro-choice or
So-
pro-life?
I'm on the fence. It's really hard for me because I feel like I'm totally on the fence about this, but at the same time, I think what you said earlier is if you're on the fence, you just go with the default of being pro-choice, which I do. I think that everyone has the right to choose. I would never do it personally, but that doesn't mean that other people should not, because I don't necessarily feel like I want to do it.
Yeah, I don't know if pro-choice is the default. I just think you have like a lot of hurdles to jump over for like proving both. But yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think like not wanting to force you're like a person to give your body to a child is like generally good. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm curious as to where you stand on like some of the things when because I don't know where I stand personally as far as like thinking that like if a fetus can survive outside of the mother's body, which is possible after like around 5.5 to 6 months, there's a possibility that the child can survive. Is it wrong to like abort that child? Because they would have to, once they're removed from the body, if they can breathe, if they can survive, then like you would have to actually like do something to unalive it at that point. Because once you remove it from the body, it's breathing, it's alive, it's a 6-month-old like fetus that has been removed. So that's why it's not legal to abort a child at that point, because once you cut it out of the body, there's a chance that it can breathe and live and move. So
Yeah, and that's fine.
shouldn't-
So I like my position's always been abortion by and large is immoral, which the legal position be up until viability, any form of abortion, post viability, induction of
So
labor
it's-
or
right, so it's at the
C-section.
point of, like,
Well,
being
no, the
a
position isn't
viable
quite
child.
done. Up until the point post viability, induction of labor or C-section is acceptable always, and then you can go to DNC abortions if they're medically necessary. So yeah, I do
Okay,
think we should end
so-
voluntary like DNC abortions at viability. I just think you should get an induction of labor or a C-section at viability.
So it's at the point where like the child can survive. Like at that point, like abortion is like not cool.
Depends what you
Like
mean
that-
by abortion. So if you mean like DNC, yeah, but you can always induce.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But if the point is that this pregnant person does not want to put their child up for this is like I don't think it's legal in any state to have an abortion after 22 weeks pregnant. So if a mother does not want to take care of her baby and she doesn't want to put the baby up for adoption, like she should not have the ability to like after the viability, like after the fetus can survive outside the body, like we should keep that rule in place that it's not okay to like because I don't even know like if it's not PC to say kill a baby.
She
or
should
kill
be
a
able to
fetus.
induce labor if she wants to. The child will almost definitely die. I mean, like, or they often do. Like, we do have viability. Depends how late they do it. But I don't think she has like the right to arbitrarily be like, I don't want this one to go in adoption. Like, no.
Why is it? But that's where I'm confused because, like, obviously, as I said at the beginning of this, like, my default is just like, if I'm confused, then it's pro-choice because I don't feel like telling other people what they can and can't do. But at the same time, like, why do we have this arbitrary cutoff where it's no longer legal to have an abortion? It's just
not arbitrary. So The
But if
entire
the fetus, you just said that like it will most likely die at 22 weeks, and you're
Yeah.
right. It will most likely die at 22 weeks pregnant. It's still illegal.
I mean, it's not. So you can induce labor, and my position would be that you should be able to induce labor, if you'd like
But
to.
at 22 weeks, it would most likely end up being a stillbirth. It wouldn't survive.
L fetus. Sucks. The point is that we shouldn't force women to give their body to someone they don't want to. You know? Like, that's
Right,
my
and
position.
I agree with that.
Yeah. And so never, ever should we ever force women to give their body to someone they don't want to. Yeah. So, it's not arbitrary. The only difference is at pre-viability, right? It doesn't really matter what you do to this child. If you induce labor, dead. If you get a DNC abortion, dead. If you fall down the stairs, dead, right?
That is true.
It doesn't really matter,
Yeah.
right? But if you post-viability...
We still have that line where it's not legal anymore.
But the thing is
22 weeks,
what is not legal? What is not
die.
legal?
To have an abortion after 22 weeks.
You need to be precise with your terms. You can get an abortion following 22 weeks in some states.
In which state?
I believe California allows induction of labor at any point in time.
I think 22 weeks, but at that point, like, that's really interesting because I think that California, like, can we look that up? Yeah. I'm just curious. I think it's illegal to get an abortion after 22 weeks in California.
Okay, abortion is legal up to the point of fetal viability. Let's see what they allow after. Prior to viability or when the abortion is necessary to protect the woman's health or protect the life or health of women. So they propose that. Okay, so it's up to the point of viability. But I would love to see the rights of C-sections. Early induction of labor. Early allowance in California. Because they don't really make a distinction between the two. Two or more evidence inducing for due date, inducing labor, blah, 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 blah. Let me see. I'd love to see. But ultimately, like, this is my position then. I won't even reference other states. We can try and find another state that does allow it, but it's not well documented. I think it should be legal to induce labor following viability.
At any point.
Yeah, you should be able to get rid of that child anytime you want, baby. Always.
And if the child survives after you induce labor, but your intention was to have a stillbirth because you didn't want to continue to grow the child inside of you, what happens to the child?
Give it to the government.
Through the adoption system?
Yep.
I guess that makes sense.
Right? Like, you don't have a right to kill the child. You have a right to not give the child shit. I am sad about your views towards Jews. Otherwise, I love your lives. What views towards Jews?
Jews.
I love Jews. Funny. Like, y'all, this is, like, hilarious. Oh my goodness. I think one time I took an internal bias test between Jews and Christians, and I had a bias towards Jews against Christians. Like, this is insane, bro. Anyway, this is like, I grew up around in Jewish communities. I'm descendant of Jews. I have a massive respect for their culture and their people. I love Jewish people. If anyone actually can point me to anything anti-Semitic I've ever fucking said, come up. But until then,
I actually think that you've made me reconsider this because I've never heard that stance before. That it's not about whether or not we're arguing, like, is this a life? Can it survive outside the mother's body? You're just saying, like, you don't have the right to kill it, but you don't need to necessarily give it shit. So if it can't survive outside of you, then, like, that's, I mean...
El fetus, sucks to be you. Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's the first time I've ever heard that stance. Most people just argue whether or not they think it's a life, and they argue about God, and they argue
what a
about
waste of a fucking breath that they all do, it's so annoying. This is why I don't engage in it. I think it's, like, horrendously annoying. But yeah, it makes me want to, like, tear my eye out.
That was good.
Slay.
Awesome.
Well, I appreciate coming up.
Thank you.
Slay. Peace. Can we get some L fetuses in the chat? Hello.
Hi, Will. So yeah, I don't want to have like a super long debate. I have to do some studying, but I did want to ask you about a couple things that you mentioned to the previous guest, if that was okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so I kind of understand your point. I understand you're also educated. We're not here to argue about is it a life, is it a human, all this stupid stuff. You're just saying that no human has a right to a woman's body. Is that steel manning your position? I don't want to misrepresent you.
I think you could have a right to a woman's body. I just don't think. I think the most accurate, nice way to say it, clear way to say it, is a simply creating a child does not give you a right. It does not give it a right to your body.
Yeah. Okay, so do you not hold any sort of parental obligation, or do you not think that children have positive rights?
I certainly don't think children have positive rights. I think parental obligations can exist. I don't think there's anything parental about them, though. I hold kind of like a guardianship obligation, a forestalling obligation, much more than I'd ever call it a parental obligation. I think it has nothing to do with them being parents.
So you don't think it has any? So okay, if it doesn't have anything to do with them being your direct offspring, then I mean, of course, like we could throw some analogies just so I could understand a little bit more. But like, what would you say about Cabin in the Woods, where there is no one else to take care of this baby after a cryptic pregnancy? Would this woman, who is the parent, would she have any obligation to care for her newborn? Like you just said, you don't have the right to unalive it, but you don't have to give it shit. That's specifically what you said. So in the Cabin in the Woods scenario, are you saying that a woman who has a baby under a cryptic pregnancy is not obligated to provide her offspring with any resources necessary to live?
I think the cryptic has nothing to do with it. I think if they took their child out, like if they like at like I don't know, 7 months or whatever, took this pregnancy out to this cabin in the wood, then they denied it the opportunity to be born somewhere where they would have the opportunities to like get breast like the state's help or whatever. Um,
No, like this specifically, like hypothetical would be like Alaska, cabin in the woods, snowed in. She has absolutely no way to get any outside help, any police, any fire ambulance, no milk, no formula. Like she would be quite literally the only person
and
able
she's
to
been
take care of the
and she's
child.
been snowed in for 9 months.
No, she didn't know she was pregnant. It just happened to be snowing this day that she gave birth.
Oh yeah, then she moved into this place, and the consequence, like, okay, this is how I imagine it, is like if I pick up a child, random ass child on the street, right, and bring them home, and then I feed them, right, I'm only guilty of kidnapping, right, but then if I don't feed them, I'm guilty of murder, right, because if I hadn't taken them, they wouldn't have died. But if I take them home intending to feed them, and then it snows in, and I run out of food, and I can't feed them, I'm guilty of murder. The issue is that I moved them from one place to another, and the fact that I moved them from one place to another, where they could have had an opportunity to have this resource or another, gives me an obligation. Gives me an obligation to fulfill what they would have had otherwise. So the only compelling answer Cabin in the Woods, she has an obligation to give them food under that because she moved them from a place where they could have these resources, right? Whatever, a hospital, in the street, a neighbor's house, whatever, into their own house, and just in fact she doesn't have the rights. Like that's the only compelling one you would have is if she like it was a really far flung cabin in the woods and she lived there her whole life. Always, right? And she conceived there, right? And then I'm just going to say, we are going to put a tax on everyone. I believe in the French obligation of you have an obligation to at least call 911, okay?
Yeah.
So you have an obligation to like say, hey, homies, come help me. And the state I believe the state should only be able to criminalize you if they would otherwise be able to help. Right. So if you like become aware of your pregnancy at like 8 months or whatever, and then you say, hey, Queens, I'm really far out of the woods. I can't do anything. Come help.
Yeah.
Then you've passed off this obligation. Yeah. So I think that's where it comes from. I think it comes from forestalling primarily. I think you have this maybe little other obligation that's like tax, right? We could say maybe I have to feed you for a day or 2 days or whatever, right? And that's nothing to do with being parental. Just to be very clear. That's like if like some random fucking kid walked into my room, we got snowed in together. How long would I have to feed them before it becomes child abuse? Some amount.
Yeah.
Maybe. Like I think we
Okay.
should have something,
So
but that's
okay,
just
so
tax.
you believe in more of like a communal obligation, because I also think that that's fair, like a communal obligation.
Yeah, maybe, but I just don't think it extends like as far to being like, I think there's an obvious like major limit to this, which is my body by and large, and like any amount of difficulty. Like, like it's the same reason I don't think we should force people to give blood or bone marrow. I don't think that communal obligation can extend super far, because then we just don't
Yeah.
have freedom.
Maybe I can understand you saying that from a legal standpoint for sure. So I'm not going to disagree with that. The other thing that I did want to touch on, because I can't stay on too long, is you said that women should be able to have an abortion up to 24, a lethal abortion up to 24 weeks for any reason, up to viability for any reason, correct?
Viability, yeah.
Yeah. So what if she openly states to her doctor that she wants to have an abortion at 17 weeks solely based on the sex of the baby?
Don't care.
You don't care if it's...
I think she's a shitty person, but
Sorry?
doesn't mean we should like
What did you say?
we should put her in indentured servitude to like a fetus that she doesn't want.
Solely based on its sex?
I literally
race,
don't like
disability?
like if someone came up to me and said, "Hey, will you give me your kidney? I'm dying," and I said, "No, I'm not going to give you my kidney."
So,
Because you're
can you
black.
tell me
I
how
like I
big
literally
it
like it.
takes
I
from
like
a
you
woman
shouldn't. They
that-
shouldn't be able to tie me down and take my kidney. Like even if I'm the worst
Okay.
person in the world, it doesn't mean I don't
this
have a
is
right to my
not
body tummy.
analogous. Whenever people talk about the blood in the kidney, so whenever I got pregnant with my son before that, I have every single thing that I had after. Like, I have the same exact everything.
And after
had
I give
before
blood, I have
pregnancy and
everything.
after. But yeah, you're bringing up kidneys and blood types, like
Bone marrow. When I give bone marrow, I have the same things as well.
Yeah, sure.
Should
But
we be
we're
able
not-
to
we're not
force people
being-
to give bone marrow transplants?
I don't know a whole lot about bone marrow, but I know for blood, for an example, the pragmatics of that would just be ridiculous. The only people that it would even make sense to do that to would be O negative people. Because anyone else, like, it's not even a guarantee that your blood would even be a match. So it's kind of stupid to argue that. However, the fetus is quite literally made for the womb. That's its natural habitat. It is viable inside the womb because that's where it's supposed to be until you take it out of there. Just
Except
like
for
if
the
I
fact
threw
that
you in
most
the
of them
ocean.
die. But
Most of them like miscarry, or
yeah,
yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, for sure. It's the body does its natural thing. A lot of the times, if there is something wrong with the pregnancy, the body will expel it, and very early on.
Yeah,
Most
that's fine.
people,
but the
Yeah,
thing is
sure.
like once again, the fact that this is a natural function of the woman's womb
Mhm.
has no moral implication. Right? It just doesn't. And you're saying it's disanalogous. It's not. Bone marrow, for example, if we force bone marrow donations, we know it would save lives. I mean, look at what Korea did. We know it saves lives. Do you know what happened in Korea? They put everyone on
I
the...
actually don't. Can you?
So
tell me
what they did is they said, if you're not on the donors list, you're going to go in the lowest end of the donor receiving list. And that saved lives. We know it did. So we know that putting some force, putting some incentives, whatever, behind it would save lives. And when we make the analog, well, between your umbilical cord, you do actually, like, the reason we give bone marrow is because of stem cells.
Mhm.
And through the umbilical cord, the mother literally transfers stem cells to the fetus. Like her stem
it
cells.
actually is also the opposite. We
Yeah.
receive stem cells.
That's fine.
So
But you do
it's
still
a,
give
it's a
things.
symbiotic relationship. Yeah, for sure.
But that has nothing to do with
we
it. It is the mother's things going to the child. You should have a choice. Even if it is symbiotic, you should have a choice as to whether or not you engage in that symbiotic relationship. It is the fact that you do not owe those things to the child.
See, and I don't know all of the philosophical terms that you and Glock were touching on, so I don't want to reference that, but it's going to sound like I am. That just seems so unintuitive to me, to prevent our own offspring from living just solely based on what? Like, if there's not a medical necessity, like what? Like, you're acting like pregnancy is just this like awful thing, that
No, absolutely not.
requires all of this effort. Like, it's really not that dangerous. It's really not that bad. And of course, some women literally die. I'm not negating that, However, it's not this process that you're making it out to be, I feel.
I mean, it's one of
Like,
the most
most
dangerous
women
routine
are-
procedures that women go through in their life. So it's one of the most like physically dangerous and physically harmful procedures that a woman will regularly go through in her life. So if we want to talk like it's not that bad, I mean, that's all comparative to what people do, and how they feel. But I mean, it is
agree,
like,
birth is different. I wasn't including birth into that. Just saying.
but pregnancy itself is also super, super dangerous, right? And like women die from like prepartum and postpartum, even following an abortion. So I mean, I'm not gonna bring up my personal like family with pregnancy, but like it is a dangerous procedure that causes horrendous things. So women having choice, there are stakes here, and we need to recognize the stakes of this discussion.
Yeah,
If you really believe it's killing a fetus and you really think it's wrong, like etc., that's fine. Those are the stakes for you. But you also need to recognize the stakes for us, which is in stakes for everyone, is when you make this illegal, you are forcing women to go through one of the most physically taxing things that their body puts them through, right? And continue to feel violated in their body. Not having control over your body is horrendous. And there's genuine psychological harm that causes, right? We know it is. We've done the psychological analysis.
You know how common this is? Like, again, you're making it sound like, you know, hundreds of thousands of women are dying in childbirth.
No, I'm not hyperbolizing. I'm just saying this is a real, actual harm that does actually exist.
Yeah, and I'm not negating that. You and everyone
but you're
else
minimizing it. And I never said
that,
thousands were dying. You assumed that I was hyperbolizing. I'm just talking about what actually does happen in reality every day. It is the most physically taxing regular procedure that women will go through in their life. That's true.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Okay, so yeah, but this is also important. Sorry. When we're talking about this, it may seem unintuitive if you consider it as like a supernaturalist point of view, but think about it the way I think about it, which is like, I don't think it's an unintuitive thing to say, hey, there's this person dying. It's a really good thing to give them their kidney, but it's not the state's position to come in and force you to. And for the same thing with the bone marrow is very directly analogous because there's literally stem cell transfers, and bone marrow regenerates, just like you did regenerate after birth, which not all people do, by the way. Right. So pregnancy is more taxing.
I'm not negating that.
Yeah.
You are also misrepresenting what I said, and I agree. Like maybe I said it in a way that.
No, you were minimizing it. That's what you were doing.
And I apologized. However, you continue to act like I didn't acknowledge that women die. You know.
No, I don't.
That's what you just quite literally did. After we already acknowledged.
Had nothing to do with them dying. People can also just not regenerate all the stem cells that they had previously.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean that's like so I just don't think I misrepresented you.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. All right, I don't want to argue about that because I don't have too much longer.
Okay, so. Yeah, I want to respect your time. But I think it's incredibly intuitive to say, yeah, look, helping this person would be great, but it's not the state's position to force me to. So, and I think the same thing is for the child in the womb. Going through with pregnancy is great. Have a child if you can. That's great. Support that child if you can. But it's not the state's position to come and tell me what to give my body to, and force me to go through one of the most like taxing things that I'll go through on a over my life. So I don't think that's the state's position. And I can argue as to why I don't think it is, and why I don't think that parents owe their body to their children. But we even believe this, right? Like I wouldn't want to tie down a parent and force them to give bone marrow or force them to give blood, even if that was all that was saving their child, because I don't think that's the state's position. So I don't view it as like preventing this child from living. I view it as the state not coming in and tying a woman down and forcing her to use body in a certain way.
And see, I tying them down. Well, who said anything about tying them down?
How else do you take their bone marrow?
I don't. Oh, so you're speaking about bone marrow. So yeah, I mean, no one would be tying anyone down, forcing them to do anything. I mean, and also, do you think that you can force a biological process?
Well, you can force them not to end it, which would force it, yes.
I mean, technically, they still could end it if they wanted to. It would just be against the law.
But force, the law is force. So when I say force, I'm saying, if I hold a gun up against your head and say, hey, if you don't do this thing, I'll shoot you. That's me forcing you not to do it, even though I could still do the thing, right?
Yeah, sure.
But there's
It's
force being
coercion, it's
applied.
manipulation. I agree.
Yeah, so when the state says you can't do this thing or I'll send you to jail, they're forcing you not to do that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or forcing you to continue doing a thing. So you're forcing them to continue giving your body to someone.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily disagree with anything that you're saying, and this is my first time really having a debate about, abortion, and your arguments are really solid because I agree with you. I don't necessarily want the government to be this dictatorship over women's lives and force them to do things as you're saying. However, I expect the government to protect lives. That is essentially what they're there for, to ensure that human rights violations are not being committed and people in the community and the society are being safe. And in abortion, someone is dying, and honestly, maybe if it was during Roe v. Wade, if there were not as many abortions and people weren't having abortions based on sex selection, race discrimination, disability elimination, all of these different things. Then maybe
When
I
they
would
were
feel a
doing it
little
for
bit
race
different about it.
discrimination, when were they get abortions for race discrimination?
Yeah, people have had abortions for every single reason.
Explain to me the situation where they had race discrimination for abortion.
Yeah, let's say, I've heard a lot of people say this. Let's say a girl lives in the South. She has been sleeping around with an Asian man on Wednesday, a black man on Friday, a white man on Sunday, all these different men. She has a racist family. She doesn't want to have a black baby. So just based on the chance that her baby might be black, she has an abortion. That is legal in like 45 states. There's only 5 states that prevent women from getting an abortion based on the race of the baby. There are only 11 states that prevent women from getting an abortion based on the sex of their baby.
But do you think take my analogy, I genuinely believe it. Either engage with the analogy directly or take it on its face value. Do you think I need to justify me not giving someone my bone marrow? Or do you think I can just
Are they your children?
Sure.
Then yes, I do think you're obligated.
You think it's like child neglect if I don't give my bone marrow to my child?
Yeah, I think if you have the ability to help your child and you don't, then yeah.
Okay, what if I'm a sperm donor? Do I have an obligation to all the children that come from my sperm?
Against that. I'm against that.
You're against sperm donation?
I'm against IVF and all of that.
You're against sperm donation, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see a reason why we would be banking sperm. So yeah, let's not.
So that infertile women can have children?
It's causing problems. There are literally siblings coming out taking DNA tests, because they're dating and, they're sperm donor babies. Like, there's this one man who has 100 kids, and they all live within such a short. Thank you, Cass. Such a short vicinity within each other. Like, it's going to cause problems if these men keep blasting babies all over the states.
You just don't believe in fertility. Okay, intriguing.
I just think it's super.
But let's talk about okay. So I mean, sperm donors do exist currently. What do you think the legal obligations of them should be? Do you believe that we should force sperm donors?
Yes, I think that they should be obligated to their children if they need help, if they ever need anything. Yeah.
Okay. And this is just on the basis of them being your child.
Hold on. Never mind. I changed my mind because I spoke too soon. They would have already transferred obligation at this point.
Oh.
Because it would have been written down. They've already withdrew all of their obligation. So I would say and it doesn't necessarily have to be parental. Like you said, if a parent is a primary caregiver and they have the ability to help their kid and they don't, like I said, blood, that's not always helpful. The bone marrow I don't know much about bone marrow. Can everybody trade bone marrow? Or
no, it's very, very specific, typically biologically.
Okay, so interesting. Okay.
Yeah, wait, but I'm intrigued by this. Do you believe it's just the fact that it's your biological children?
I think it plays a huge factor. Absolutely.
Why do I care if they're my biological children? Why? I don't think biology informs ethics at all. I think it's a very, very dangerous ideology to hold that biology informs ethics by and large. Especially as a gay man, especially as a lot of different we can go into what's dangerous about that. Why do you hold it? I don't think it matters at all that they're my biological kids. I think I think it's much
Well-
more how we assign social obligation.
I agree with that. Like I mentioned, if a biological parent does transfer their obligation, then I don't think that they would any time in the future, they would have to gain that obligation back or hold any responsibility if they've already transferred that obligation to someone else.
But why do they have the obligation in the first place for being biological parents?
Like I
Like,
said,
tell me
like we
where.
talked about the cabin in the woods. I mean, it's not even just the fact that they're biological parents, but the fact that it is your biological child, and most of the time, especially at birth and things like that, you are quite literally the one who has to transfer obligation. Like even to give a kid up for adoption or any of these processes require the birth parents in the beginning. Like,
But I'm asking about the obligation. Why do you believe
Yeah.
why do you believe parents should have an obligation? Because they're the biological parents. Why?
I feel like I'm man, this should be super easy for me to answer to you, but honestly, the fact that maybe we just are going to have to agree to disagree.
But this is
Because
like
if
your
you
whole
don't
thing
think
is
that-
like you want to force
Yeah, I
women to give
agree.
your body to their children because they're the biological parents, and you can't tell me anything
there's
beyond that.
Yeah, so I always tell people I'm still working on how to articulate my positions, you know. So this is what I'm really glad we're having this conversation.
But this isn't
you
even an
don't-
articulation thing. You just
No,
kind of
I-
feel it. It's not.
No,
It's not
that's
even
not
an
what I'm
argumentation.
trying to
Like, do you have?
feel.
Do you? Why do you believe this? Like, why do you believe this?
My answer is going to be circular, so I don't want to say it. But
But you don't
I'm gonna
believe
have to-
circular things, right?
no, it's not necessarily all the time. So, but that's why I said I need to figure out a better way to, you know, portray my thoughts to you and other people. But yeah, like I said, I don't have that much time. But I do appreciate the conversation. Hopefully, someone else, one of my friends, can join and pick up the conversation maybe where we left off. But have you heard of natural law theory at all? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, natural law is silly. Natural law is a very
Yeah,
silly
why
theory.
is it silly?
So it depends how it depends how it's created and how it's described.
Mhm.
But natural law is like really, really, really stupidly silly. Because it is just an acceptance of the naturalistic fallacy, right?
But it's, I mean, it's not. I'm gonna get my text message.
It is. I mean, it is just like it's by and large it itself is not a justification, so it's really, really difficult to like critique it in and of itself. But by and large, it comes with some Christian contexts. It confuses functions and purposes. It engages in some ridiculous pedantry. Natural law theory is laughed at jurisprudentially, right?
Mhm.
It's denied. Like if you're talking in a jurisprudential context. So there are some American lawyers that hold some natural law perspectives, but that's legal fantasy. That's delusion. In fact, the law comes from people. Like law comes from people, and it's a social construction, and we should understand it that way. I think there are some descriptions of natural law that I don't think are accurate that I really like. Like, have you ever read Finnis? Finnis has some really good descriptions of natural law that are really interesting. They're not natural law though. So it depends what you mean, but
I haven't. Could you spell it for me so I could look it up?
Finnis. Finnis. His description of natural law is really interesting, but it's like really strict jurisprudential theory.
Yeah, I'm still learning about it. You know, I don't know a whole lot about it. I wouldn't be able to I wouldn't be able to hold that as a position really.
But like,
Yeah,
are you
but-
talking like Aristotelian natural law?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's so. Yeah, this is where I say it confuses purpose and function.
Hmm. And I do.
And
I
also
do conflate the two
Aristotle.
together a lot.
Yeah, and that's the issue. Is the reason he does that is because he comes from a theological background, right? Aristotle was trying to justify and imbue the truth of a god. And if you don't accept the theological background of Aristotelian natural law, it's a bit of nonsense because organs don't have natural purposes. They just have like functions that do exist in this world. And then there aren't moral implications of those natural purposes.
I mean, would you not? I mean, and I'm not trying to like argue at this point. I'm trying to learn. Would you say like the eye? It has like the purpose of the eye is to see. When
I'd
the
say a
first eye
function of the
ever
eye is to
evolved,
see.
but what would be the other like what would?
If I
Okay,
tear it out and
this
throw
would
it and
kind
use
of
it as
just
a
be
ping pong
semantics.
ball, it can function. That's the thing. Is like purpose is a morally loaded term.
Mhm.
I don't think the moral loading is like productive.
Mhm.
I
Okay.
think you can have a purpose in relation to a goal. I think purpose in general is morally loaded. Purpose in specific is not. So when I look, the purpose of my eye is to see. When I tear out my eyes and use them as ping pong balls, the purpose of them is to be used as ping pong balls.
Well, that sure. Yeah, I've heard the basketball being played with the heart. And
Oh
stuff
God,
like
you
that.
were there for that? That was such a
Yeah.
that was such a waste of breath and like intellect. God, that man looks more like a fucking nonce every day. Um, actually insufferable. If he actually wants to debate abortion with me ever, let me know. But yeah, so that's that distinction. Not, oh my God, I can't believe,
Yeah.
is that the thing that's running around the pro-lifers now, is natural law? Is they think, oh, the uterus, its purpose is to house a fetus, so therefore that has some moral implication. It has to house a fetus. Oh, that's so funny. I'm so
And I mean,
excited for them to actually form an argument for that. So that's silly.
and I'm not gonna try yet. Maybe I'll get better. Like I said, I'm still like pretty new to the debate space. I'm not new. I only get on like once a week though, so
Yeah.
that kind of sucks. But yeah, I'm still trying to figure out my views and
Yeah, what I'd say is fight
just like
against the
articulate
natural
them.
law argument with every fiber of your being, because it's so incredibly stupid. Like even if you accept it on a moral perspective, you certainly shouldn't accept it on a legal perspective, right? Like obviously I don't, because you know what that leads to, right? Is that women have a moral obligation to get pregnant. Is the natural implication of natural law in that case. And then if we start institutionalizing institutionalizing those type of obligations, then we'll have state mandated pregnancy for women would be the natural implication of it, and that's insane.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Having the government or any power enforcing any of this would be a little sketch. However, I just maybe we should start trying to also focus on changing the morality of society and not always focusing on the legality. And I understand they're both very, you can't have one without the other sometimes. However, like some things can be legal, but I don't think that they should be socially acceptable.
That's
So
fine.
I think that I like abortion. It's very widely acceptable. No one, like you said, I understand. Like maybe the government shouldn't have the right to step in and do these things and tell a woman what they're doing with their body is wrong. However, they are unaliving someone based on sometimes discriminatory factors. So
I'm so deeply uncompelled by the discriminatory factors. Like, it's like, yeah, people are shitty. I think abortion's shitty.
And that's why I think that it shouldn't
Also,
be socially acceptable at the very least.
but
I mean,
making it
I'm
not
still gonna
socially
fight
acceptable
for-
like typically doesn't work. Actually, like, by and large, what happens when you ostracize abortion is you ostracize other types of family planning, right? And when you,
like I just said,
but that's really
I don't
dangerous.
agree with IVF and all of this stuff.
Okay,
Well,
do you
it's
like?
not kids,
But
but
like
it's like
the thing is, it all gets caught up together. And statistically, the best way to reduce abortion and IVF, and a bunch of things, is increased universal sex ed and access to family planning resources.
Oh, I mean, I definitely agree. I do think we should also focus on, preventing what would have been aborted babies. But I also think that we should not allow women to just choose who lives and who dies based on sometimes discriminatory factors. That's the thing. Whenever we say that abortion should be legal for any reason up to a certain point, we are opening up the doors for eugenics, for all types of discrimination.
Wait, it's not eugenics.
Where are most abortion facilities placed? in low income areas.
Most abortion clinics are, but most abortions do not occur there.
Where do most abortions occur?
Private doctors' offices.
Yeah, I think I've read like 55%.
Yeah,
happen in private clinics?
a majority happen in private personal doctors' offices. The reason abortion
Sure.
clinics are charitable abortion clinics are what you're talking about, right? Is the reason they're placed in mostly like socioeconomically low and primarily black neighborhoods is because of poverty rates.
Yeah,
Because so we're trying to because the reason you would need a charity in an area is because they wouldn't be able to pay for it otherwise. So the wealthy people will get the abortions that they need when they need them. They have lower rates of abortion because by and large they have increased access to universal sex ed and family planning, right? But when they do, they go to a private clinic. They're not going to go to a Planned Parenthood.
I can find stats for you that the number one reason for elective abortion is financial reasons. People claim that they're not ready because they don't have enough money, things like that.
But I'm not talking about motivation. I'm talking about like actually factually, like what's happening here is they are impoverished, and so they don't have access to universal health care. They don't have access to universal sex ed. They don't have access to as many family planning things. They don't have access to contraceptives, right? And they have a societal push to not have a child because they might starve if they have a child, right? So that's just like we can't.
They might starve if they don't have a child because we should still.
Children cost like $1 million over their lifetime.
Programs.
Yeah, we should. But the thing is like if you're gonna call it eugenics, right? You can't ignore that there are very real material reasons that they are making these choices for themselves, and also very real material reasons that are not biased or not like eugenical, that this happens. In fact, black people are more impoverished in America, right? Because of systemic racism and fundamental issues. That is why more charitable things are placed in their neighborhoods. It is not because they are trying to, come after the black babies. The reason is because they otherwise wouldn't have access to family planning and the hundreds of other services that Planned Parenthood provides, as well as abortion, because the white people and the wealthy people, by and large, have much, much higher access to those things. They don't need the charities.
Sure, and I'm not only talking about race and sex, which in IVF, there's a bunch of sex selection going on. It's actually very common and popular to choose the sex of your baby in IVF. But I'm also talking about disability elimination. It's super common for women to have abortions just solely based on the fact that their baby has Down syndrome or something.
Yeah, and that's shitty. That's shitty.
That is messed up.
Cool, it can be messed up. It doesn't mean that we have to look at practical solutions here. You're not going to make people not ableist, right? What you are going to do is, and the thing is when you take away abortions,
we can force them to not unalive people based on their disability.
So one second, if
the government should step in, is if people are discriminating against another and about to take their life based on circumstantial factors like sex, race, disability, socioeconomic status, any of these things.
Of a fetus?
The government should step in. Yes, over any person. You used to
socioeconomic fetus is socioeconomic status of a fetus.
People watching. What do you think you were at one time? You were an embryo. You were a blastocyst. You were a fetus.
But socioeconomic status of a fetus?
Of the family, yes. The fetus being born into the family of lower socioeconomic
But
status.
come on, one second. Like, the thing is these are two different arguments. Okay? If you want to talk about Planned Parenthood being in this neighborhood or this neighborhood, whatever, that's total horse. That is
so many different things.
I know, but I need to address them. I need to address them in kind. I need to address them in kind.
Sorry.
The one about Planned Parenthood is total and complete horse shit, right?
Okay, sorry.
It's complete nonsense, right? And I would actually argue, by and large, if we're going to talk about the past of propaganda regarding race, in the abortion discussion, the reason the pro-life movement got pushed was because of flagrant, clear racism. It was to maintain a white majority. That is why. So, I mean, we can talk about birth dearth. There's a huge amount of data, a huge amount of history behind it. It's very clear. The switch of white evangelicals in America from being pro-choice to being pro-life, right, was because of racist replacement theory. So, I mean, when we talk about eugenics Margaret Sanger, who was a pro-lifer?
She advocated for abortion.
No, she didn't. She advocated explicitly against it.
very interesting.
I mean, that's just a true fact that is reality. Margaret Sanger drew a sharp distinction between birth control and abortion, was opposed to abortions through the bulk of her professional career, declining to participate in them as a nurse.
Yeah, I see so many different things. It literally says Margaret Sanger racing eugenics. Margaret.
Yeah, she was eugenical. Yeah, Margaret Sanger was a shitty person. She wasn't pro-abortion, though.
She fought for women's rights to control their fertility and founded the American Birth Control League. Like,
did she ever support abortion?
I maybe not explicitly.
No, she explicitly called
eugenics.
Yeah, she was, and she was a pro-lifer. She explicitly condemned abortion, and she opposed abortion through the bulk of her professional career and declined to participate in them as a nurse.
Yeah, she was pro-life for white babies.
She was pro-life point blank, period, especially for white babies. She was racist as hell.
Especially.
But, yeah, she was racist as hell, but she was not a pro-choicer.
But she advocated for eugenics.
She didn't advocate for abortion in black people, though.
Very fascinating.
What do you mean very fascinating?
I mean, she was trying to prevent more black babies from being born.
Yes, she was. She was a shitty person, but not through abortion. Like, the comparison you're actually, like, the argument you're actually making is not true. Margaret Sanger was a pro-lifer.
Even if she claimed publicly to be a pro-lifer...
Also, Planned Parenthood didn't do abortions until well after she died.
Mm-hmm.
So she advocated against abortion. She, in her personal life and career life, did not engage in abortions. Right? She was a nurse. She had to decline doing abortions. She founded a birth control and fertility clinic and explicitly did not offer abortions. What about this is screaming pro-choice to you?
I mean, like you said, I just don't think she's either pro-life. Maybe I misspoke saying that she was pro-choice or advocating for abortion, but even if she publicly claimed being pro-life, some of the things that she was doing was not...
She advocated consistently against abortion. That's what pro-life means.
Yeah, but maybe she was advocating against abortion, but she was also trying to... Never mind. Maybe I'm not the right person to get into the history of Margaret Sanger.
Because like you can admit you were wrong.
Yeah, no,
about
yeah, I
Margaret
agree.
Sanger.
I can see that I was a little wrong. Yeah, looking at I've looked at Margaret Sanger before, but not in great detail. So let's see. And the one last thing that I want you to maybe look at whenever you can, is this article. It's Harvard Law Review, Abortion as an Instrument of Eugenics. It was a response to Racing Roe, reproductive justice, racial justice, and the battle for Roe v. Wade. It's really interesting, and they go into great detail about how abortion is used as an instrument of eugenics.
I have no doubt about that. So have vasectomies. Doesn't mean we should make them
think
illegal.
But I think, sure, maybe we can talk about that. But I think that arguing that that any of this should be socially acceptable is sick and not in a good way.
I think getting your tubes tied should be socially acceptable. Getting a hysterectomy should be socially acceptable. But hysterectomies have been consistently used for eugenics and genocides.
So, but it really just depends on why it's being done and who's choosing for it to be done. Like
there we are. But even but the thing is like, if I get a uterus, if I get a hysterectomy because I don't want ever a black baby in me, right? If that's the reason, it doesn't make it genocidal, right? It makes me super fucking racist, right? But it doesn't make it genocidal.
I don't think it's genocide. I don't
right.
know if I said
but
that.
The thing is, like hysterectomies, abortions, getting your tubes tied, getting vasectomies, right? All of those things have been used for genocide, have been used for eugenics. We throw around these words, right? And lots of words have relations to each other. But it doesn't mean that the current pro-choice movement is eugenical. And it's very clearly not, right? Planned Parenthood is not placed in black neighborhoods to be eugenical. It's just not.
And I stand corrected on that. And I did.
But the
say
thing is
that
nothing
I
about
didn't-
this is.
but
There are
the
some
thi-
racist as
but the
fuck
thing
people,
the first thing
but
I
eugenics
said
is
when I brought that
systemic.
up was that it was in lower economic, areas.
That's not eugenical either.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that's eugenics necessarily, but I do think that unaliving someone solely based on the socioeconomic status that they're going to be born into,
But
that's
that
shitty. Will, that's
yeah,
shitty.
but there are
That should not be
individuals.
allowed.
There are individuals doing shitty things. But when we use
And
eugenics,
these shitty
but when
things
we
should not
use
be
when we
allowed.
use eugenics, we need to be really careful. Eugenics is
Okay.
like a systemic action. It's an individual ideology, yes. But when I say I don't want to
That's
have a
how I
black
mean
baby,
it.
I wouldn't say they're being eugenical. I'd say they're being racist, right? And when we talk about the Down syndrome stuff, I do think that's eugenics, right? I agree with that because by and large,
Okay, and
ableism.
that is the biggest one that I do mean, like
But I don't think it should be legal.
structure.
I don't think it should be. So I disagree with some. This is where we're gonna find common ground. So I think some pro-choicers want to have a cutout in policies for disabilities. I don't think that should be placed anywhere. I don't believe in really any cutouts for especially for disabilities. I don't support that at all. But when we talk about people using their bodies for one reason or another, I don't think the law should tell us how to do it. I believe in freedom. And I'm saying personally, I don't like abortion. I think it's morally typically wrong when you do it. But when we talk about what's societally or socially acceptable to do, what's the most effective conceivable way to do it, to reduce abortions, is going to be socially accepting the full sexual revolution, because by and large that reduces abortions. Because people don't want abortions. People don't need to be told that abortion's bad in order not to get them, right? It hurts like a motherfucker. It sucks. If you ever talk to people who have abortions after, they're like, this fucking sucks. I hated having an abortion, right? It was a horrible, by and large, they don't regret it, by comparison to those that were denied. But by and large, they say, yeah, that sucks.
What do you think about women who have had abortions are more likely to self-unalive?
Not by comparison to people that were turned around. So, I mean, that's because by and large, so that the fair comparison would be between people that have had abortions and people that won an abortion but got denied.
And that were denied.
Right?
And I would agree with that.
Okay, and statistically, the people that were denied have exponentially worse mental health, and economic health, and suicidal ideation and depression and anxiety. That's what the 5-year Turnaway study showed.
Mm-hmm.
So, when we're talking about women's health, having abortion clearly is better for women's health.
But do you
I don't even want to win that argument. I want you to never say that argument ever again because it's so deeply disingenuous.
I didn't necessarily say it as an argument. I said, what do you think about
that's fine.
this?
Yeah. I hear this point all the time.
I've seen it so many times. I'm just here to have a conversation.
That's great.
As always, trying to have a W or an L. I'm just like literally here to have a conversation.
No, that's fine. But like, it's just I just think some of the like points you're making are like mega stupid dangerous, right? When we talk about mental health of women.
I also think that some of the things that you are saying is doing the same thing. Like you just said to the previous girl. That's why I came in here. Is you said a woman should be able to have an abortion, a lethal abortion, up into viability for any reason.
I don't think that's
dangerous.
dangerous.
Agree that this is happening for disability elimination and all of these other things, and disability elimination is one of the most common ones. And you agree that was eugenics, but yet you're advocating
but I think it
for
should
the
be legal.
legality
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah, correct. And so are you, right? You're talking about social acceptance. Oh, you.
No,
You've moved away from the discussion.
Sure,
But the thing is, like, you've moved away from the discussion about whether it's lost. We're not having that discussion anymore. I still hold that. I don't think what I'm suggesting is dangerous.
The topic of abortion is so complex. We cannot talk about everything all at once. I wish it were that easy, and we kind of have, and that's probably why it's been all over the place. But yeah, I agree. We can separate the two, but I also think that they're mutually exclusive. However, they should coincide with one another. Like, we can't just say, yeah, all of this stuff is morally, impermissible. However, all of it's legally acceptable.
We can. That's how freedom works, baby.
That sounds ridiculous.
No, it doesn't. That's what freedom is. That's like literally freedom. Like that you're describing liberty. Caw-caw, rah! Like what you're describing, like that's literally what rights are.
Sure, okay. And see, I'm glad we had this conversation. So I'm gonna think on. Do you record these? Do you post them anywhere?
Yeah, they will be posted immediately on YouTube.
Okay, well, I'll go back and listen to this probably a couple times because, yeah. Thank you for pointing. I converse with a lot of pro-choicers where we're arguing if it's human or not. So I don't really.
I think they're
get
incredibly
to argue.
mentally challenged. I think,
So I can't.
yeah.
So this is the first time I've really gotten a chance or an opportunity to argue this side of abortion. So I
Slay.
appreciate this a lot. So yeah, I hope we'll chat again. I'm gonna go. I've been procrastinating writing a paper for a while now. But you have a good night, and I will be watching.
Slay the day.
Alrighty, bye, Will.
Bye. Okay. I don't think people who argue life are mentally challenged. I think they're mentally challenged for making that argument. Like, not because I think it's wrong, but because I think it's like actually like the most mind-numbingly annoying thing you could ever talk about in the world. Anyway. Great. Let's see what's up. Hello. Can you hear me? Turn on microphone. There we are. He should be able to hear me now. Yeah?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey.
Let me turn off the YouTube. There we go.
Great. How old are you?
I'm 27.
You're 27. Great. What did you want to have a debate about?
So actually, I did have a few opinions I would disagree about the whole abortion thing, but I think the more interesting conversation we could have, you mentioned earlier something about biology not informing morality at all. And I wanted to understand more your take on that, like why you believe that, or if you believe it's like completely disconnected, they have nothing to do with each other, or do you think that like evolutionary theory could have a part to play in the creation of our ethics?
No, I think by and large, evolutionary theory doesn't directly inform our ethics. So I think the fact that it evolved in a certain way doesn't directly inform our ethics, except in the way that every like observational fact does. Also, is there anything you can do about your sound? Maybe it kind of like is horrendous.
Oh, I'm sorry, is it too low or is it just shitty?
It's just really shit.
Oh fuck, hold on. I don't think there's much I could do about that, Will. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's it.
But like, don't you think that the idea that like life is valuable and should be preserved could be understood from that framework? Behaviors such as caring for offspring, cooperating with others, and avoiding harm to oneself and others, don't you think could have evolved because it enhances like the fitness and reproductive success of individuals and groups?
But I don't think that's what makes it morally good.
Why not?
That just seems to be a natural fact that doesn't like what would make it morally good would be like my experience of it, could be like what I ground some form of moral should or should not do, but some like general observation of it, like look, ants do the exact same thing. Do I think it's good that an ant serves their queen? No, I just think that's more of like a functional thing, right? Like we can't superimpose just like, do I think it's good that like black widows eat their mate? I don't know, like it just seems to be a thing that they do.
Do you think ants think it's an individual decision to protect the queen, as like, or do you think, you know what I mean? Like, do you think, can't we just be function? Can't our morals just be functional?
I don't know what it would mean to be morals then. Like morals,
right? Because we don't have a shared moral set, right? Is that what you mean?
But like morals like are a should, and this is like what we were talking about ants, like, or when we talk about like functions, like this is a how. Like they're two different questions.
That's interesting because I tend to believe that a lot of morality. Not even just that. Like I'm a bit crazier on that. I'll go even further. A lot of what we consider our identity is just like a desperate rationalization of really chemical processes and um, things that evolved through time that made us be this way. You know what I mean?
Perhaps. That could be a true fact, but it's still like it's not a helpful insight as to what is moral or isn't moral.
Do you think it's too philosophical to like have a pragmatic discussion about abortion, for example?
Uh, I don't think it's anything. I think you're observing actual behavior that actually happens, but I don't think it's like valuable in like the observation you're making. Can I do this?
No, I think I would disagree because I think realizing where your rationalizations come from has value.
Maybe, but I don't
Especially
think
when it
they
comes to,
inform
like,
them necessarily.
correct. I would have to agree on that. But the reason I bring it up is because I think it has to do with what you're talking about with abortion. Like, don't you think we have? I know you're gonna hate this, but when you get pregnant, you're already pregnant. Don't you think you have a biological obligation to see it through?
No, I don't generally believe in biological obligations on that basis.
Why is that? May I ask?
I just don't like the fact that you had a child doesn't really give you an obligation.
Interesting. Do you think that this idea that you have about biology and do you think it's compatible with nature?
What
Like
does that
if
mean?
all the bees decide that they don't have a moral obligation to, to do their functions in the natural world, you know what I mean? The outcome of that would not be great. I think humans should have that concern as well.
So we can talk about pragmatically like how we do a good thing, but like the fact that we know that obligation is not good, or the fact that we know that obligation is a bad one or that outcome is a bad one is what we're talking about here, rather than how we go about doing that good or bad obligation. So we're talking about what is good, not how we get there or whatever, right? So why
Right.
would a bee failing on their function be a bad thing? That's the moral question, not necessarily that this is their function and therefore it's a bad thing or a good thing.
Right. Would not doing their function, like actively denying their function, be a morally bad thing?
No, not necessarily. Only if it had a morally bad outcome.
Right. In the case of the bees,
Yeah, so if it had a morally
ceasing
bad
to
outcome,
reproduce,
that's
that would be
fine. Yeah, then that's a morally bad thing. But it's not the fact that it's their function that makes it a morally bad outcome. It's the fact that that makes it a morally bad thing. It's the fact that it had a morally bad outcome.
interesting. So you believe that the outcome determines the goodness of whatever we're talking about.
Yeah, by and large.
You wouldn't say that the ends justify the means, though, of course. Or would you?
I mean, depends what context you're talking in, but by and large, yes.
That's interesting. That allows me to respect your positions on abortion a lot more.
Slay.
It makes it a lot harder to to go against them because I would argue that, like, I can say this from a personal perspective, right? For me personally, I see leaving this world with an offspring as something desirable
Yeah.
and something I should seek. And it feels like an intuitive thing, you know what I mean? Like I don't think this is something we should tell others to do, or of course, or like women need to have kids or anything like that. But I think from a personal perspective, I think it is a moral obligation.
Okay, and you can feel that way, but that doesn't like if you don't superimpose it on others, it doesn't look like an actual universal moral obligation. Also, yeah, the audio is like genuinely horrendous. I'm sorry you waited so long, but I'm gonna have to move on to the next person just because like it actually is
I
like
understand.
genuinely near. Sorry.
I'm sorry about that, man.
All good. All
but
good.
I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate you. All right, peace out.
Have a great one. Bye bye.
I'm also just gonna go to bed. Slay. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna end this. Follow me on YouTube. It's the debate I just had is on YouTube. It's in my like lives, so it should be immediately available.